Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the George W. Norris Legislative Chamber. The afternoon session is about to reconvene. Senators, please record your presence. Roll call. Mr. Clerk, do you have any items for the record?
First, Mr. President, there's a quorum present. I have no items at this time, Mr. President.
And Mr. Clerk, first item on the agenda.
Mr. President, returning to Legislative Bill 583, pending was an amendment from Senator Sanders, AM 1636.
Returning to the queue, Senator Bostoman, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, Nebraska. I stand in full support of AM 1636 and LB 583. I think Senator Lowe and others have talked a little bit about the importance of it, not only to our schools, but also on the property tax side. So I want to read something from a constituent of mine that received last fall about property taxes specifically, but then I want to talk about the bill itself, or the amendment. This was from an individual in a small community, a village in my district, and it's specifically to property taxes. This past spring, a house in this village sold for way more than it was worth. This resulted in our lovely local tax office tripling my property taxes. I am 66 years old. I live alone. I am on SSI with a small part-time job to make ends meet. There is no way I can come up with the thousands of dollars they are now going to charge me next year. And no, I do not qualify for Homestead Exemption Act. I make just barely too much money. This is obscene. They have effectively just stolen my house from me. It may take a few years for the lien for back taxes to get my property sold, but that is what the end result is going to be. The entire manner in which they conducted this property tax increase must be changed. Just because someone else's house sold high does not give them the right to ruin half this village. Tripling taxes all in one bite is just greedy and wrong. I contested my evaluation. They ever so graciously agreed to only a double tax increase, sarcasm added. Let them assess these huge increases when a house actually gets sold. Part of the amendment and part of the bill that we're talking about is two things. When I go around and when I've talked with superintendents in my district, and when they've emailed me about things, is SPED funding and school board members. SPED funding is huge costs to our schools. And what we're doing with this AM and with the bill is to provide 80% of that SPED funding to that school. That's huge. And in some cases, that was the number one ask, if you will, number one comment from our schools was, please help us here. Because the feds have fallen far short. The feds have not lived up to their stated obligation in providing the funding. So it's a huge opportunity or a huge help to our schools, our school districts, with this 80% of SPED funding. So this is something I think is very much appreciated, very much needed. And I applaud those who put this together to reach that agreement. The other thing that we talked about to us is the $1,500 per student. Right now, a large number of schools across the state receive no aid or very little. Some years ago, the school district that I lived in, when it come down to figuring out funding through TIOSA, they actually owed. The formula says you owe us. That can't happen, and that did happen. So I think the $1,500 is a move in the right direction, but I think there's much more we could do for all of our other schools throughout the state and my district. Those things I think are very important to us. There's other items within the bill that I think are very good. But I wanted to point out those two things, and I wanted to point out the impact this has to those who live in our districts when we talk about property taxes. I know there'll be more coming on that in other bills, but this is something that affects people where they live now. Can they afford the house they live in now? And I think these two things I've highlighted will help our schools and also help our property owners and our property taxes across the state. With that, I yield the rest of my time back to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Bostrom. Senator Holcroft, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of LB 583 and Amendment 1636. First, I wanted to express my appreciation to Senator Rita Sanders for bringing forward this bill. And I also want to give a shout out to the governor's office also for helping coordinate this whole effort. As some of you may know, back in late November, early December, he brought together a broad range of individuals from the legislature, from school administrations, from the governor's office to try to come up with a plan to try and take the surplus and apply it towards education to reduce property taxes. And that has resulted in really 4 bills, which I'll touch on shortly, but a tremendous effort, and that we've gotten this far along. I think it has a really good chance of succeeding. I'm going to read first from the presentation, a PowerPoint presentation that Senator Sanders presented to us when she introduced this bill on general file. The first part of it was, the purpose. LB 583 was to provide foundation aid and special education supplemental aid under the Tax Equity and Educational Opportunity Support Act. That is 583. It really has 3 parts. First is special aid. It provides, the state will now provide 80% of special education costs. They'll be funded, and this additional funding will run through the existing TIOSA formula. The foundation aid, which is the $1,500 per formula student. Foundation aid will not follow a net option student. The years 1 and 2 will be 100% resource in year 3, and every year thereafter will be 60% resource. And finally, there are reporting requirements. Annually, there will be a report to the governor, the education chair, and the clerk on the amount of additional state aid that was provided and how much the property taxes were reduced. So, and then finally, the orchestration of the related bills. First, we start with LB 681, which is Senator Clemens' appropriation bill, which sets aside this $1 billion upfront investment in the foundation, and then which from there is applied the approximately $250 million per year and the 80% special education funding. So that comes from Senator Clemens' appropriation bill, which is proceeding nicely. And then the second part of it is Rita's bill here, the one we're discussing now. And then the third one is Senator Breezy's bill, LB 589, which kind of puts a cap and helps the let's say the school boards to do the right thing. So we're giving money to the schools, to education, and in return, we would like the school boards to reduce their levies. And to do that, we have a soft cap of 3%. And again, so these 3 bills kind of take the surplus that we currently have, put it into a foundation, apply it to education, which should result in property tax. And we really need all 3 of these bills to pass pretty much the way they are. This will right now, and I get this quoted a lot, Nebraska is number 49 in the nation for state funding to education. This will move us from number 49 to around number 26, just through this action. And finally, another bill related is Senator Linehan's LB 753, which creates the Opportunity Scholarship Tax Fund, which allows low-income families to send their children to a school of their choice.
1 minute.
And so I greatly also support that. In closing, I'd just like to read one email that I received actually from the Americans for Prosperity in support of this bill. On behalf of our activists across Nebraska, we urge you to support LB 583, provide for foundation aid and special education supplemental aid under the Tax Equity and Educational Opportunity Support Act. We strive to create an environment that works for all, empowering people to earn success and realize their potential. This starts with education. Education is the key to success and the level of productive engagement individuals will have in our society. LB 583 takes positive steps in addressing the school funding issues we have been grappling with for years. LB 583 incorporates the concept of foundation aid in the amount of $1,500 per formula student, which will assist schools who
That's
are
your time,
currently.
Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Holcroft. Senator Hughes, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, I have a note here. I'm supposed to mention how cool George is. Huh. All right. I rise in support of LB 583 and in support of AM 1636 brought by Senator Sanders. On the campaign trail, I heard over and over again that our property taxes in Nebraska are too high. I always said it wasn't a property tax issue, but a school funding issue. I remember I was knocking on doors in Shelby one afternoon, and I was invited, actually it was like late afternoon, I believe. I was invited into the couple's home, and we were talking about property taxes, et cetera. And as we're talking on the TV, one of now Governor Pillen's commercials came on the television. And in it, it was the round that he was making a point to mention that the support of schools, and he was insistent that every school in the state needed some state funding. And I kind of thought to myself and had this conversation with a couple that if I would win my race for the Nebraska Legislature, that I would be very excited to work with someone who truly believed that. And here we are. I am thankful that we have this plan in place. Prior to this, I'd served on the Seward School Board and had gone to many school conferences, school board conferences, NASB, et cetera, and just saw it in our own schools. But the 80% funding of special education is a game changer for our schools. And when you really look at some of our smaller school districts, one or two higher needs special education students can really make a tremendous difference on the budget of those schools. And this way we are going to have the funding in place to cover that. I am also thankful for the $1,500 per student. This will definitely be a bonus for the schools that are not equalized or who receive very little state funding. I think that there is still room for improvement with how we can fund our schools, and I think we really need to address and look at that levy variation that goes on between our different school districts when you can have two school districts side by side and one is taxed at a levy rate almost double the other. But I know the governor's office is committed to continuing this conversation, and I've had some talk about some interim studies this fall looking into this issue, and so it's just really nice to have the governor's office backing of that. So that being said, I support this bill. This is very good for the state of Nebraska and will truly make a difference for everyone that lives in this state. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hughes. Senator Jacobson. One moment, Senator. Excuse me. Mr. Clerk, for a motion.
Mr. President, Senator Slama would move to amend AM 1636 with FA 103.
Senator Slama, you're recognized to open on that amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon, colleagues. I introduced this amendment to get a 10-minute chunk of time on going into a little bit more detail on how Nebraska funds its public schools. I think it's important, and it's not necessarily something I could have gotten to in 5 minutes, so I decided to drop an FA. We won't get to a vote on it. I will withdraw it at my close. But I do think it is important that all of us just have some sort of a cursory understanding of how this school funding formula works, given that K through 12 education is such a large chunk of our state's budget and such a critical piece of how Nebraska grows. So I found this article very helpful. It was published a week ago today on Nebraska Public Media, and it's entitled, "Here's How Nebraska Funds Its Public Schools." It involves a lot of quote bells and whistles. This is from Elizabeth Rembert. Nebraska's funding system for its public schools has kept politicians, taxpayers, and educators arguing for decades. It's probably kept people confused for just as long. I, Nebraska Public Media's Elizabeth Rembert, will admit that I've been one of those people. As a native Nebraskan, I've been hearing the debate all my life about how the state pays for its public schools. But that's not to say I've been understanding it all my life. But then I decided I was tired of feeling like I was in the dark and asked some experts to explain the system. Larry Scheer was a legal consultant to the Legislative Education Committee that designed the current system way back in 1990. He said he didn't expect the framework to inspire more than 30 years of conflict. I did not anticipate, I don't think anybody anticipated, that it would be this contentious and as dividing as it's been, he said. When I told Scheer, I suspect that I'm not the only one who doesn't get it, he admitted it's a confusing framework. But he also said it's not impossible to grasp. It's pretty simple, Scheer said, with a lot of bells and whistles. To him, it's simple, but let's dive into those bells and whistles to see for ourselves what it takes to educate students. First, let's start with what it costs to educate students. Henry Malone, a fifth grader at Ezra Millard Elementary in Millard near Omaha, is a big fan of his school. The teachers are nice, Malone said. If we had a big test at the end of the day, we'll be able to get a second recess time. His favorite subject is math, where they are learning decimals right now. Malone describes what the classroom looks like. Desks are set up kind of in rows, but then there's just tables kind of everywhere, he said. And then up front, there's a whiteboard and projector screen. All of those nice teachers, desks, tables, whiteboards, projectors are expenses that go into a bucket called basic funding. Connie Knoke has worked in school finance at Omaha Public Schools, Lincoln Public Schools, and in the Nebraska state government. Now she heads up education policy at Open Sky Institute, a nonprofit think tank. She said basic funding pretty much drives the school's costs. To calculate basic funding, Knoke said that a school takes all of its expenses and then subtracts things called special allowances. Special allowances are dollars that go to transportation as well as programs for students with specific needs, like children living in poverty, kids learning English as a second language, and students needing special education. There were 18 of these in the 2023-2024 period. After those are subtracted from the bottom line, what you're left with in theory is what they need to open the doors of a school, Knoke said. And that would include lights, teachers, custodial, just everything that a school would have to do to open their building. Once the basic funding is set, that amount is compared to 20 school districts of similar sizes, 10 smaller and 10 bigger. All of those numbers are averaged, and we then have a smoothed out idea of what it takes to run a school on a per student basis. But the students still have to get to school, and we can't forget about programming like ELL and special education. Those special allowances, transportation, and special services are added back in as individual budget lines. So you have basic funding, and then you add on a host of allowances, Scheer said, and that comes out to be what your school district needs. So those are all expenses. Now, who's going to pay it? Urban example. To answer that question, let's make up a fictional school district. We'll call it Williams Public Schools, and we'll say it's in suburban Omaha. It'll help us understand what budgets generally look like for urban districts. Let's say basic funding, transportation, and special allowances at WPS add up to $1 million, just for the sake of easy math. According to Scheer, the primary resource of every school district is property taxes. Schools in Nebraska rely heavily on local property taxes. As a result, the state doesn't spend a lot of its own revenue on education. By one measure, the Cornhusker State ranks 49th in the nation for sending state tax dollars to schools. But back to Williams Public Schools. The local government bodies like county boards set local property tax rates. Here in the WPS area, we'll say it's $1 per $100 of property value. So someone living in a house valued at $200,000 pays $2,000 in property taxes. Generally, property taxes in urban districts cover about a third of the school's budget, so let's say it adds up to $300,000. Williams Public Schools will also get some money from the state. State aid includes net option funding, income tax, special ed reimbursements, Knoke said. Every school district gets money from the state. Let's tackle net option funding first. What if your kid decides they don't want to go to Williams Public Schools, they want to go to Omaha Public Schools instead? You've already paid property taxes towards the Williams Public Schools district, not towards Omaha Public Schools. So then the state says, if you have more kids coming to your school than you have leaving, then we'll pay you net option funding, Knoke said. Williams Public Schools gets another $100,000 from net option funding. The state also gives districts a small part of residents' income taxes. That adds $100,000 to the pile. Also, the state will chip in $100,000 for special education programs. So far, we have $300,000 from property taxes and $100,000 each from income taxes, net option funding, and special ed. In total, we have $600,000 of our $1 million budget covered. Federal programs will throw in $50,000, and other local service sources like motor vehicle taxes and public power district sale taxes will give us each another $50,000. Now we're at $700,000, which still doesn't meet our costs of $1 million. That's where the state aid is also supposed to come in and smooth things out, Shearer said. Equalization aid. The state plugs the hole in the budget with something called equalization aid. Only 84 of the state's 244 school districts get it right now, but those schools educate about 80% of Nebraska students. The process of subtracting the available money from a school's needs and making up the difference with equalization aid is known as the TIOSA formula. It's an acronym for the Tax Equity and Educational Opportunities Support Act, which Shearer worked on back in 1990. Often, when rural school districts get TIOSA'd, they don't get any equalization aid. Why? The deal is they have so much property wealth, the state basically says, well, you can take care of those kids, Shearer said. Rural example. Let's make up a rural school district to understand why that is. This one will be Elizabeth Public Schools. Elizabeth Public Schools' basic funding, transportation, and special allowances will also add up to $1 million. Again, just to make the math easy. This time, the property tax is 50 cents per $100 of property value. Notice how that's half the rate in the urban Williams public school districts, but in rural Nebraska, there are a lot of farmers and ranchers. Farmers need quite a bit of land to make an income, Shearer said, whereas the urban person can be making money without much property at all. That 50 cents adds up pretty quickly when you own millions of dollars of land. For lots of people, it's got to hurt when property taxes come due, Rebecca Firestone, Open Skies executive director, said. It's a big bill that they have to pay in one chunk, and there's no control over that number when land values grow. In rural districts, property taxes generally cover about 75% of the school budget. The state throws in $200,000 from net option funding, income taxes, and special education reimbursements. We get $50,000 from federal grants and local sources, and we've funded our school, mostly through property taxes. There's no hole for the state to fill. What they get is a big fat zero on equalization, Shearer said, and that's because there's a relatively low number of students compared to the property valuation. So there's a lot of, thank you, Mr. President. So there's a lot of corn for every student. There's one more piece of the school funding puzzle that creates a bit of a twist. The state typically overestimates how much money will come from taxes on that corn or houses or whatever people own. That's because when the state estimates how much money will come from your taxes, it says you'll cough up money based on about 100% of your residential or commercial property's value. But when you pay property taxes on your house or business, you're paying taxes on anywhere from 92 to 100% of its assessed value based on where you live. It's similar for ag land. People pay property taxes on somewhere between 62 to 75% of assessed value. But when the state estimates the tax revenue the schools will get, it uses calculations based on 75% of the land's value. And I'll come back and touch on this on my next turn on the mic. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Slama. Senator Jacobson, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of LB 583, and I would also support AM 1636 and FA 103. I want to follow up a little bit of what Senator Slama just said as it relates to property taxes and what's happening in rural Nebraska. I've got 10 school districts that are located within my legislative district, and then I get parts of other school districts that come into the legislative district as well. I can tell you that I've got one school district that's equalized. I got one that's equalized for the very reason that Senator Slama just stated. It's land wealth within those areas, and the fact of the matter is that the value of the land and the income it produces do not run the same. Let me explain. Last year, we had a severe drought, and we're still in one now. Ranchers were selling cattle because they didn't have enough feed. But that didn't change their property tax bill because the value of their ranch land has continued to go up. And the reason it's gone up is because people are buying land because they're moving out of other investments and they're moving into something hard, a hard asset other than gold, and they're buying farm and ranch land. As Senator Slama put out, noted in her comments, this is a situation where it's a factory. The land base that you have is your factory. You can't sell your factory if you're going to continue to operate. Ranchers need ranch land to raise their cow herds, sell the calves, and that's their profit. Selling the calves from the cows that produce from the grass that's there in the sandhills. Farmers, on the other hand, are raising corn, soybeans, and other crops. They've got the same situation. Values are going up because you've got non-farmers in many cases buying land, driving the values up. And I would tell you that we've seen an increase in commodity prices over the last few years because of shortages, but that all corrects itself. Give you an example. Last fall, you could sell corn right off the combine for $7.50 a bushel. Today, if you look at futures for new crop, you're looking at $5.50 a bushel, $2 a bushel decline. Will that impact our property taxes? Of course not. Property taxes are probably going to be higher, even though the revenues are lower. Why is it that the school districts in rural Nebraska, because there's a land base there, that they have to pay for their students to attend public schools and that the state isn't picking up their fair share? LB 583 is working to fix some of that injustice by getting the $1,500 foundation aid, by using the Education Future Fund to backstop that. We're finally taking the steps to properly fund our public schools and take some burden off the local property taxpayers, whether they be homeowners, farmers, ranchers, business people. Property taxes are killing us. I knew this firsthand, but as I walked around and campaigned last summer, that clearly was the number one thing I've heard. And everyone is almost cynical about the fact that the legislature is never going to do anything about it. Well, we are. The legislature has been doing something on the bottom line by doing the income tax reduction rebate, but this is something on the top line, because if we can properly fund our public schools.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. They're going to be able to lower their mill levy and take less on the top end from those property taxpayers. Our school districts across District 42, I am incredibly proud of all of our public schools. Go look at their track record. Go look at their report cards. They do a great job. But I can also tell you they're able to do it because it's funded by local property taxes. We need to make this more fair. It's time for our property taxpayers to get some relief. This bill will do that. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Jacobson. Senator Linehan, Senator Linehan has guests in the north balcony. There are 82 fourth graders from Woodbrook Elementary in Elkhorn. Please stand and be recognized by your Nebraska Legislature. Senator Erdman, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon. I don't know that I could have done a better job of explaining how broken our current tax system is to all the conversations that have been heard on this bill. It's amazing that we continue to struggle trying to figure out a way to make us competitive with other states. And we very seldom even catch up with any one of our neighbors. What if there was a way to move Nebraska to number 1 in school funding instead of 49? What if there was a way that we could move us to number 1, the best opportune state for income tax, property tax, inheritance tax? What if we could do that? what if there was a way that we could put the taxpayer first instead of last? This is my example. Our current system, those who collect and spend the tax dollars tell you how much to pay and when to pay them. And so then we work on bills like this to reduce property tax, to reduce income tax, one we did earlier, to try to be competitive, and it doesn't catch us up. Last Friday, I heard the governor from Iowa speak about what they've done on income tax, and they're 3.9, and we're going to be 3.99, which does not put us ahead of them. So what if there was a method we could use to fix the broken tax system we currently have? And Senator Jacobson alluded to the fact that this solves some of the problem. But what if we could fix the whole problem? What if there was an opportunity for us to become the most opportunistic state to live in the nation? Just consider how many bills, if we fixed our tax system, how many bills would be eliminated? We wouldn't be here today talking about this. We wouldn't need to do this because we would have the most advantageous tax system there is. But we don't do that. What we do is we continue to put a Band-Aid on amputation. And I'm not saying that I'm not going to vote for 583, because until we pass the EPIC option, this is going to be the best thing we have going. But I can tell you right now that we'll be back dealing with this again and again and again, because we've been doing it since 1967. And it seems like that's what we like to do. So there is an option. There is a proposal that fixes all of these broken systems. It removes or eliminates TIOSA. It makes it a subjective way to fund schools. Excuse me, an objective way. So what happens is, as Senator Jacobson alluded to, he has one school that's equalized. What if they were all equalized? And we have a proposal that shows how to do that. But for some reason, I'm not sure whether we like talking about taxes every year, but for some reason, we haven't gotten a lot of support for the EPIC option. But it is gaining support with the public. And so if you're interested in actually fixing the system, then you need to take a look at that. Because what we're doing here won't fix it. May make it better, but it won't fix it. It is real peculiar to me that there is an option that you could consider, but you don't take the time to consider it. If you believe this is going to solve your property tax problem, Senator Bosselman, that lady that's losing her property, it won't. And those individuals who get homestead exemption may be better off than some others who don't.
That's your time, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Lippincott, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, sir. A lot of numbers get thrown around regarding education, and education makes up a great deal of our budget. Here in the state of Nebraska, we spend 38% of our budget goes toward education. As a matter of fact, the University of Nebraska, their budget is almost $3 billion, $2.8 billion out of a state budget of $5.1 billion. That's a lot. 38% of our budget goes toward education. Now let's look on these are Nebraska numbers compared to the national average. This is interesting. The state capital in most states provide 45% of funding for your local schools in your hometown, 45%. The state provides 45% from the state capital. The local folks carry 45% of the burden. 45%, 45%, and 8% the federal government carries. But here in Nebraska, the state capital, Lincoln, we only carry 32% of the burden of the local schools. We're third from the bottom nationally, 32% compared to the national average of 45%. The local people pick up 59% of the cost of schooling as compared to 45% nationally. We carry 59% locally. That's fourth from the top. So the state capital, we're third from the bottom, helping out the local school districts, and fourth from the top regarding the local people supporting their local schools. That's the status quo. That's what we have right now. The property tax rate on average here in Nebraska is 1.61. Compared to our neighbors across the Missouri over in Iowa, it's 1.53. Kansas, it's 1.37. Nationally, it's 1.07. So our tax rate, our property tax rate, it's very high here in Nebraska. That's the point I'm trying to make there. And of course, we have the longest acronym in the world, the Tax Equity and Educational Opportunity Support Act, TEOSA. That formula has been in effect since 1990. And I would agree with Senator Erdman that our entire tax system needs to be revamped. But as Rush Limbaugh used to say, we live in Reelsville, so let's work with what we've got in today. And I certainly do support LB 583 with Senator Sanders. So again, looking at these numbers, the average Nebraska home is worth $200,000. In property tax, that equates to $3,200. $3,200 you're having to pay every year in property tax, and we know that approximately 80% of that goes for schooling. So $3,200 in property tax, whereas the national average in America is about $2,100 for a home or property with the same valuation. That's a difference of $1,100. That's quite a bit. Now, I took a look at my hometown of Central City, and their local school budget is around $10 million. Their levies are
1 minute.
0.97. So let's just call it 1.0, make it real easy. The valuation of property is $1 billion in the county. So 1% of that is $10 million. The money that they would get from LB 583 would provide them with $2 million, as opposed to right now they get $120,000. $2 million is more, $120,000 less. And $2 million would put a major dent in the $10 million school budget that they have. That equates to they should be able to lower property tax. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Senator Lippincott. Senator Slama, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon again, colleagues. I'm going to return to discussion on this article I'm reading from Nebraska Public Media. It is a really helpful guide for those of you who just aren't as familiar with the school funding formula, which I don't blame you. It's a very complex system, but it is a good introduction since we are here this afternoon discussing that subject. So this is the article, Here's How Nebraska Funds its Public Schools. It involves a lot of bells and whistles from Elizabeth Rembert on May 2nd of this year. And where we left off is the paragraph that begins with, as a result, many schools have to rely even more on property taxes to make up that gap. Urban districts get less equalization aid than they actually need, and rural districts get further away from seeing any equalization dollars. That's where it seems unfair to the rural side, is that they don't receive this major source of income out of state aid. It's a big part of what's kept a lot of people riled up for a long time. Schools that don't get equalization aid think they should, Noki said. And schools that get equalization aid think they're not getting enough. You should give us more. The debate has only gotten more scrambled as farmland values have skyrocketed, according to Firestone. The formula is working the way the formula is set up to work, she said, but things have gotten out of whack because land valuations have grown up so much. And with population booming in Nebraska's urban and suburban areas, needs are quickly outpacing resources in districts like Omaha Public Schools and Gretna Public Schools as more students pour into their classrooms. A new proposal in the legislature suggests changing the entire system. Now we'll be able to follow that debate with a new understanding of the current formula. The big picture is we're trying to figure out how to do the best job at educating all the kids in the state, Firestone said. Tax policy and education policy are really about what we need dollars to deliver for kids. Now, a big takeaway on this that I didn't realize, or I might have realized it at one point, but I didn't remember, was in addition to the inequality of saying that land ownership is a one-to-one direct parallel to wealth in a district, we're valuing residential and business commercial property at 100% of the residential or commercial property's value, when in reality, the tax collections from those properties are 92 to 100% of that assessed value. Ag land, to really drive this point home, people pay property taxes on that somewhere between 62 to 75% of assessed value. But when the state estimates the tax revenue that schools will get, it uses calculations around 75% of the land's value. Now, when your school district is leaning more heavily on that ag land that's valued between 62 and, well, that's taxed between 62 and 75% of assessed value, you have that larger discrepancy and that larger fall off to where your education aid is not meeting your needs. Because we fail to accurately reflect how much this land is being taxed and how much that revenue is actually going to school districts. So on one hand, you have the increased pressure on Nebraska property taxpayers in rural areas to keep the lights on and the doors open at local schools, but you also have school districts that aren't receiving the tax revenues from that land that the state says that they're receiving. So that ends with all of our rural school districts facing shortfalls in what the state says that they should expect.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. Should expect to receive in tax revenues. And I'm not standing here saying that we should be funding our schools to where every kid gets all the opportunities that are offered to students in Omaha Public Schools. If you look at the volume of teachers they have, the volume of options they have, a lot of that is thanks to the number of kids they have. I'm just saying, and I think a lot of my rural colleagues are saying, give our rural students a fair shot to succeed. We don't need the fancy projectors. We don't need the fancy whiteboards. But we need access to those advanced classes, those special services that on a very basic level help our students achieve everything that they thought was possible in their K through 12 education and puts them in the best position to be valued members of their community for generations to come. So I rise still in support of LB 583 and Senator Sanders AM 1636. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Slama. Senator Moser, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon, colleagues. The school finance has been, the whole issue has been kind of convoluted. The state should pay for educating students, and over the years, we squeezed the schools so that they had to raise property taxes in order to survive. State aid to schools wasn't keeping up. And this bill goes a long way toward putting state money into educating our students. And I think, I think it's great. Part of the discussion was that TIOSA is this terrible thing because not everybody gets it. But it's a little bit, it's really an insurance plan to keep schools in business. If they don't have enough resources to pay their bills, TIOSA helps fill in that gap. It's, and without it, some schools would be in really big trouble. In my district, the biggest school district in the district is landlocked, and they have valuation of about $2.5 billion, and their levy is 1.227. So 1.227% times that levy is what they have for resources from property tax. One of the smaller schools in the district has almost $500 million in valuation, and their levy is 0.69. So their levy is half of what the largest school district levy is. Their valuation is almost $1 billion. The school in the middle has valuation of 1.6 billion, and their levy is 0.69 or almost 0.7%. So there's the problem. The property to tax is not equally distributed amongst the schools, and when you use property tax to fund the schools, there are going to be some inequities. And this largest school district in my District 22 gets quite a bit of money from TIOSA. They have 4,000 students, and somewhere around half of them are on free and reduced lunch. And so they have some issues as to the income level of the people in the district, and that those students are a little bit more difficult to sometimes to work through the system. Sometimes they need extra attention to keep up with the rest of the class. So TIOSA, while it is a dirty word, it's not a 4-letter word, it's longer than that somehow, but it's not all bad, and it keeps some school districts going. Even with this bill, TIOSA will continue, but if you get per student aid, it's going to reduce your reliance on TIOSA, and it'll shift some of the numbers around to help. With that, I was wondering if I could ask Senator Erdman some questions about his EPIC tax.
1 minute. Yeah. Senator Erdman, would you yield to some questions?
I'd be glad to.
We're kind of up against the time limit, but I'm trying to figure out, I've heard you talk about your EPIC tax, I don't know how many times. And I look at your EPIC tax, and I would pay a whole lot less in tax, but I'm trying to figure out who is going to pay all the tax that I'm not paying.
Okay, very simple, Senator Moser. Currently, our sales tax base is 49 billion. When we remove all the tax exemptions, sales tax exemptions, plus we add the consumption tax on all things people consume, the base will go from 49 billion to 162 billion. And therefore, when you expand the base by 3 times, when you take that times a 7.23, you get exactly the same amount of revenue as you do now. So those people who will pay the difference are those people who consume things, not only in our state, but also people who visit
That's
the
your
state.
time, senators.
Thank you.
Thank you, senators. Senator Kauth, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. LB 583 creates a language for the Education Future Fund. This is going to be a $1 billion initial investment. That is an absolutely mind-blowing amount of money to set that aside specifically for the education of our children. The next 3 years, there's going to be a subsequent $300 million per year added to that future fund. We are in the absolute fortunate situation of being able to set aside money to save for our kids' future. And this governor and this legislature is able to do that. This is a historic commitment to our kids. There's also a provision in this bill to raise the special education funding. Most special education is funded between 40 and 50%. That is not enough to do what needs to be done. This bill will raise that up to 80%. This is going to provide significant relief to our schools. I know Millard Public Schools is very, very pleased with that. There's also a $1,500 per pupil stipend that will follow the student. All of these provisions will help our schools lower our property taxes, and that's what this is ultimately aiming to do. We're taking the burden off individual property tax owners. We're using the state funds that we have in historic amounts, and we're setting aside money for our children's future. It's critically important that this bill get passed. And I'd like to yield my time to Senator Sanders. Is she on the floor?
Senator Sanders, that's 3 minutes, 25 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. President. Of course, I'm in agreement with 583, LB 583, and AM 636. It's a good bill. It's a bill that we want to keep clean, and hopefully, when we get to the vote here, it will be a clean bill. And I have total respect for the governor bringing this bill to me, and the respect that he has asked for this bill to come out of committee clean, come through the votes clean, and that is what we are working on. And I yield my time back. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Von Gillern, you're next in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. President. Interesting listening to the conversation and how we're talking about TIOSA a little bit now. Before we get to that, I do want to, as Senator Sanders graciously said, I do want to echo her comments in support of 583 and the amendment 1636, and extend my gratitude to the governor for making this historic impact on education and positive impact on property taxes for all Nebraskans. And I get a little tired of hearing of how low Nebraska is ranked with state support for schools, because we certainly have a different funding formula than many other states do. I think every time that statistic gets thrown out, it's an implication that we don't spend on public schools when we actually do. It's just that the bulk of our funding is through locally collected property taxes, and that's a little bit different than many other states. So what this bill will do will obviously change that dramatically, and it'll provide additional funds for local school districts, and again, allow for property tax relief, which all of us will be pleased to see. I do want to share a couple of facts here. A website that one of the senators pointed me to early on that's been very helpful for me understanding just about all things related to education. It's nep.education.ne.gov. And there's a page on there that has snapshots with data and information and statistics about every school district in the state of Nebraska. So you can pull up your home school district, you can pull up other school districts, you can find out what the student head count is, the number of teachers, English learners, the rates of free and reduced lunch, and as we're talking about quite a bit in this testimony, TIOSA funding and state support for each school district. I've got a little bit of a unique situation. I represent 3 school districts in my legislative district 4, all of whom receive TIOSA aid. I represent OPS, Millard Public Schools, and Elkhorn Public Schools. All of those are covered in my district, my legislative district. So I just pulled up the statistics on those to see how TIOSA impacted each of those districts. OPS, as we all know, receives the bulk, or really receives the highest percentage of their funding from TIOSA of any district in the state. They receive $64 million of their $717 million overall budget. OPS also is unique in their demographic from any other school district in the state. OPS has a 69% free and reduced lunch student ratio. So obviously the number of students in the OPS district that need aid and the property values in that district are different than every other district in the state. The one thing that I do contest with OPS, their graduation rate is not commensurate with that funding. They unfortunately have a 71% graduation rate, which certainly is disappointing and needs to improve. Millard Public Schools receives $26 million of their $256 million total budget. They have a 90% graduation rate and a 25% free and reduced lunch population. And then lastly, Elkhorn Public Schools receives $12 million of their $115 million total budget, and they have a 97% graduation rate and a 9% free and reduced lunch rate. So again, I represent districts that are a little different than some that have been described by other senators in the body today. And the TIOSA funding, although not perfect and horribly confusing to understand, the basics are pretty simple, but getting into the depths of the formula can get very much in the weeds. But it's beneficial to the school districts that I happen to represent. So I want to share that today. With that, I yield the remainder of my time to Senator Slama.
Senator Slama, that's 52 seconds.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. I can work with 52 seconds. I appreciate Senator Von Gilleren's perspective and his take being from a very unique position, representing three of some of the best funded school districts in the state. And I do appreciate that there are unique challenges in those school districts. I would push back, however, on the sense that 69% free and reduced lunch is out of the ordinary for other school districts in Nebraska. I know I have similar numbers in several of my school districts. I don't have time to dig into that data, but certainly students in poverty is something that crosses the urban and rural divide, unfortunately. And we need to make sure both our urban and our rural students, no matter what their economic background, have a fair shot at education. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Slama. Senator Mosier, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Back to TIOSA. Basically, how that works in simple terms is the school looks at their total costs, and then they look at their total resources, what they can collect in property tax. And if there's a shortage there, they look to TIOSA to fill that in. So if you don't have enough valuation in your school district times the maximum rate that you can charge, which the largest school in my district charges, then TIOSA makes up the difference. And it makes a big difference in this particular school. And my discussion with Senator Erdman there, I didn't start early enough in my speech. I was wondering if he would yield to some questions.
Senator Erdman, would you yield to some questions?
Yes, I would.
Okay, back to your EPIC consumption tax. So the secret, you say, is to increase the base. What happens in the EPIC consumption tax model? Does property tax go away?
Yes, and I don't know that it's a secret method, but the objective to get the same revenue. And the things that go away, the property tax goes away, personal and real. Also, income tax, corporate and individual.
State tax.
And the most regressive tax of all, inheritance tax, goes away.
And then who would the appropriations committee be to dole out that tax? Once the state collected the consumption tax, I assume the state's going to collect it?
Correct. They'll collect it just like they do the sales tax now. And let me just state this so you understand the difference between a sales tax and a consumption tax. A sales tax is collected every time something sells, and a consumption tax is collected once by the first purchaser who buys something for their consumption or a service they hire for themselves. And so what will happen is every local unit of government will submit their budget just like they do now, according to the stipulations we have in place for the statute requirements on 2.5% increase. They will send that budget to the county. The county will then forward that budget to the state. The state will then appropriate the money back to the county treasurer, and the treasurer will distribute the money to the people, to the local units of government as they do now.
So if I bought an existing home, I'd pay no sales tax, no property tax?
That is correct, sir.
If I built a new home?
Yes, sir. If you build a new home, you will pay a consumption tax on the labor and the material. And in our current system, you pay the sales tax on all the material that went into that home, but you never see it because it's included in the price. And so it's figured that in about 2.5 years, paying the consumption tax on a new home in about 2.5 years would be equivalent to paying property tax for 2.5 years. And after that, you would actually own your property once your mortgage is paid.
The price of the lot, though, would not be included in the consumption
It is not.
tax.
Real estate is not, there's no consumption tax on real estate.
What rate of consumption tax does your model predict?
The Beacon Hill Institute has concluded that in '26, the number will be 7.23%. And in the proposal that we have introduced, we put in 7.5 because 7.5 is equivalent to about $400 million cushion just in case the funding needs to be a bit higher. And so what we're offering for those local units of government is an increase of 2% under their 5-year average of their budget to make up for any inflationary costs that we may not have seen in the first original example.
What about existing sales tax that's collected for local purposes like counties and cities?
All of those sales taxes are going to be eliminated. It's going to eliminate sales tax as well as those other taxes I just described.
So would you pay them from the county's collection of consumption tax?
There will be no sales tax collected, Senator. And so the consumption tax will replace all those. And so if you're talking about an occupation tax, is that
like the city of Columbus has 1.5%, I believe. Let's see.
Yep, that's a local. That's a
yeah, and they're obligated for years. And so if you take that tax away, they need to pay those bonds off somehow.
Yeah,
That's your time, Senators. Thank you, Senator Mosier and Senator Erdman. Senator Holdcroft, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise again in support of LB 583 and AM 1636. And I just wanted again to compliment Senator Sanders on her bringing this bill forward and coordinating with the other senators to come to a position where we can take a surplus from our rainy day fund and apply it towards education and result in reduced property taxes. And one key piece of that is, of course, Senator Breezy's bill, which puts a 3% cap on the growth of education and school board budgets. But we have a particular issue in Sarpy County, the fastest growing county in the state of Nebraska, with Gretna Public Schools, which is the fastest growing school district in Sarpy County, in that the growth, and we're getting ready to build a second high school, and we're expecting much growth in education. That puts a real burden upon the school budget. And Senator Breezy and the governor's office have been working particularly with not only Gretna, but also Bennington and Elkhorn Public Schools, who have that tremendous growth rate to be able to accommodate that in their budgets. So there is a 3%, but there's also a percentage that applies to increase that because of the growth of the student population. So that's been working with Senator Breezy's office and with the governor's office to try to come to agreement on that. So I would just like to continue. I didn't get a chance to finish my letter from the Americans for Prosperity, and this was actually written back in April 4th, which was before the bill came before general, but I think it applies here as we are on select. And again, on behalf of our activists across Nebraska, we urge you to support LB 583, provide for foundation aid and special education supplemental aid under the Tax Equity and Educational Opportunities Support Act. We strive to create an environment that works for all, empowering people to earn success and realize their potential. This starts with education. Education is the key to success and the level of productive engagement individuals will have in our society. LB 583 takes positive steps in addressing the school funding issues we have been grappling with for years. LB 583 incorporates the concept of foundation aid in the amount of $1,500 per formula students, which will assist schools who are currently significantly reliant on property taxes. In addition to the foundation aid, this legislation also provides for 80% of special needs funding to be covered between state and federal dollars. This is a significant commitment to education and one that should be commended. While we support LB 583, our support is conditional. Remember, this comes from the Americans for Prosperity. LB 583 is part of a larger package and must move forward as such. This has been proposed in a sensible manner and has long-term sustainability. It is for these reasons that we respectfully ask for your favorable support of a cloture motion and advancement of LB 583. And again, that was from the Americans for Prosperity. I have another email I'd like to read from a constituent. Dear Senator Holcroft, I'm emailing you to ask for your support of LB 583 to support special education. We are in a crisis and need to ensure special education has adequate funding. LB 583 is a critical step in that process and ensuring kids with disabilities have access to education. As we see schools across Nebraska struggling to support students, it's clear we need a change. LB 583 increases state funding of special education to 80%. This is necessary because over the last 20 years, the only department to have shortages every year is special education. While this is not new, COVID has really exploded the impact. Pre-COVID, between the 2015-16 and 17 school years, special education were 11% more likely to educators were 11% more likely to leave the classroom and 72% more likely to change schools than general education teachers. Now it's clear those numbers are even higher. This issue will continue to be problematic unless we act. Thank you for your consideration. And I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Senator Holdcroft. Senator Merman has guests in the north balcony, 22 fourth graders from Southern Valley School in Oxford. Please stand and be recognized by your Nebraska Legislature. Senator Slama, you're recognized to speak, and this is your last before your close.
Outstanding. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Good afternoon again, colleagues. I am the introducer of FA 103, and on my close, at the end of my close, will end up withdrawing that FA. But I do think it is important in a session where we've made a point of taking time to discuss issues important to us that we take some time on this, because this discussion, like the other ones, it's about our kids, and it's how our state is choosing to prioritize funding for our kids. And as it stands, cases in which our state is saying that we should fund kids more based on where their classroom happens to be located. So that's why I'm taking time on this bill. That's why we're having this extended discussion and talking in depth about how we're funding schools in our state, because there's a long history of litigation on this front. There's also a long history of kids, especially in rural areas, being shortchanged in their educational opportunities, and property taxpayers being shortchanged in the pressure that's put on them to support our schools. So with that, I'd like to hop into another analysis of Nebraska's TIOSA formula. This one's from the Platt Institute, and it says Nebraska's K-12 finance system lacks transparency and is too dependent on property taxes. Because all of us could get up here all day and talk about how property taxes are too high in our districts, or how we're running into situations where landowners who happen to be wealthy are bidding up land to absurdly high prices and driving up the property taxes and valuations for all of their neighbors around them because they can, and because they can pay that much for an acre of land. We can get up and share those stories all day, but at the end of the day, I think these academic analyses really help drive home the point that our anecdotes and our stories, our personal experiences, are rooted in the data. So Platt Institute, Nebraska's K-12 finance system lacks transparency and is too dependent on property taxes. This is from Christian Barnard, Senior Policy Analyst, Reason Foundation. For decades, Nebraska's public school funding system has exerted major influence over the state's tax policy. In 1989, the state adopted the Tax Equity and Educational Opportunities Act, TIOSA, in an attempt to alleviate disparities in property tax burdens and education funding between districts by having the state take on a larger responsibility in funding public schools. However, in the last 30 years, this funding formula has become outdated and increasingly failed to rein in property tax burdens on school district residents, especially those in rural areas. Currently, Nebraska ranks third in the nation for the proportion of total K through 12 public school revenues it derives from local revenue sources, trailing only New Hampshire and the District of Columbia. These local tax sources, primarily property taxes, comprise 59.5% of the state's public school funds in the 2019 to 2020 school year. This is a problem because it creates an education system that is too dependent on local wealth, leading to large disparities in education funding and tax rates. While implementing comprehensive school finance reform is a politically arduous process, Nebraska can't afford to wait. TIOSA lacks transparency and doesn't fund students fairly. School districts in the lowest property wealth quartile receive $13,048 per student from state and local sources on average, while districts in the highest property wealth quartile receive $23,245 per student. Additionally, substantial increases in property assessments have rendered the current formula irrelevant for most of the state's rural school districts. The state residents' frustration over rising property tax burdens has caused policymakers to adopt the Band-Aid solution of increasing individual property tax credits to thank you, Mr. President, to partially offset increases in taxes for some property owners. And I'll come back to this article, and if anybody wants to yield me time, please feel free to. But I do think it's important that as we are talking about those school districts that don't receive equalization aid, it's equally important to talk about those school districts. In my district, they're Auburn, Fall City, Nebraska City, districts that receive some equalization funding some years, like $5 million, and then the next year, their school board is left with $0 in equalization aid, and there's no way they can budget that. They're not economists. I'm not an economist. There's no way you can predict that from year to year. So there's no way to budget for the long term in those school districts because you don't know if you're getting $5 million from the state that year or $0. So it's just as important that we stabilize funding for those school districts as the school districts that receive $0 in funding now. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Slama. Senator Lippincott, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, sir. Along with this position we have, being a legislator, we speak at all these different functions and talk about different topics, and education is one that's definitely on people's hearts. As a matter of fact, I always like to tell people of the 6,000 doors that I knocked on during the campaign, far and above the number one concern that everybody had was what's happening in the schools. And there seems to be a real breakdown on discipline and content in schools, and people see the news, the national news, and they hope that that is not happening in our local schools. And I'm very happy to say that in the 34th Legislative District, Hamilton County, Merritt County, Nance County, part of Hall County, we've got fantastic schools. But I'm reminded of a saying that I heard Caspar Weinberger, the former Secretary of Defense for Ronald Reagan, and he said this very simply. He said, competition is a good thing. When you have competition, you have quality that's high and you have cost that's low. Now we're talking about LB 583 right now. We're not talking about school choice, so I don't want to stray too far off course here, but these are Nebraska numbers. These are current numbers. Currently, Nebraska spends $1,000 a month over 12 months, $12,000 per student per year. That's public education. Private schooling in Nebraska is $3,700. So public school, $12,000. Private school, $3,700. If you want to break that down, elementary school is 3.2, high school is 7.2, but there's more elementary schools than high schools. So overall, the average is $3,700 for a private school. Public school, $12,000, private school, $3.7. And if you homeschool your child, that's approximately $1,000 per year. I figured out on my calculator that that is a lot less than the public school. So competition is a good thing. And if we look at test results, the test results Homeschoolers come out number 1, private schools number 2, and public schools last. Now, I've gone to all the different schools, most of all the other schools in the district, and visited with the principals and the teachers and the students and the superintendents. And I recently spent 3 hours with one of the school principals in one of the towns. We walked through the whole operation, elementary school, junior high, high school, poked our head in a lot of the classrooms, spoke with the teachers, saw the students, the other faculty members, and it is a first-class school in every dimension. There was peace and harmony, and it was well run. But we got into the superintendent's office at the end of our 3-hour tour in the school, and we were talking about issues that are in school nowadays. And he says, here's what happens. He says they'll have a student that colors, and I'm speaking figuratively now, that colors outside the lines, and the teacher says, you need to color inside the lines. Well, and the student says, well, who are you to say where the lines are drawn? So they bring the parents in and they say, your son or daughter has problems coloring inside the lines. And then the parents say, well, who are you to the administrator to say where the lines are drawn? We're having a breakdown in our schools as to what is right and wrong. And that has caused a great deal of problems in our schools. I'm sure I've only got about 20 seconds left. I was going to ask Senator Erdman about his suggestion that we put In God We Trust in schools. We have no foundational source of truth in our schools, and that is a problem. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Senator Lippincott. Senator Dova, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you. I yield my time to Senator Slama.
Senator Slama, that's 4 minutes, 55 seconds.
Thank you, Senator Dover, and good afternoon again, colleagues. I promise you're probably getting as tired of hearing from me as I am hearing from myself. But I do want to finish this Platt Institute article. Senator Dover just gave me a look like he agrees with me, so I'm going to pretend like that didn't hurt my feelings. Platt Institute, Nebraska's K-12 finance system lacks transparency and is too dependent on property taxes. It's written by Kristen Barnard, who's a senior policy analyst for the Reason Foundation. And again, I'm going to these articles not because I'm trying to waste the body's time or disrespect our schedule. This is one of the most important issues that we're going to talk about in this session to me, because this hits on property taxes, school funding, driving our rural economies into the future, and keeping our kids in the state of Nebraska. Because if they don't have great educational opportunities when they're coming up through the K-12 school system, they're not going to stick around in their hometowns. And I think our rural schools do an outstanding job of doing the best with what they have, and our property taxpayers do yeoman's work in keeping those lights on and doors open. But this is about our kids, and this is how we're funding schools. And we have a system right now that says that if you don't live in a certain part of the state, you're not going to get funded as much as those kids who live in more densely populated areas. We are valuing some kids more than others in our state funding formula. And I think that's important to talk about, especially from an academic perspective. So back to this article. However, the only sustainable solution in alleviating high property taxes in Nebraska is to reform the state's school finance system. At the same time, state policymakers should also use this opportunity to adopt a fairer, more streamlined, and student-centered formula. The decline in TIOSA's ability to fund school districts fairly and control property taxes began in the early 2000s. At the beginning of the millennium, most Nebraska school districts qualified for state equalization aid. Let me say that sentence again, because it is so key to the evolution of TIOSA and how it stopped working for rural Nebraska. At the beginning of the millennium, most Nebraska school districts qualified for state equalization aid. But in the 2019-2020 school year, the number of school districts receiving equalization aid was just 34%. In other words, 2/3 of Nebraska school districts today are almost fully reliant on property taxes to fund schools and receive no equalization aid from the state. Additionally, the local effort rate, the property tax rate school districts use to raise formula funds, varies substantially across the state. The main factor that has driven most Nebraska school districts off the state funding formula is the skyrocketing values of agricultural lands. This phenomenon has driven a wedge between the state's rural and urban districts. On one side, the state's urban districts serve most of the K-12 population and have a large proportion of low-income students. They are also less dependent on property taxes and receive the lion's share of state equalization aid. This constituency is primarily concerned with how the state funding formula accounts for student needs. On the other hand, the state's rural districts rarely receive equalization aid from the state and have large property tax burdens, but they're also more highly funded in per student terms compared to the city districts. Understandably, the rural constituency is more concerned with how the state funding formula imposes significant property tax burdens on their residents. No singular reform will address all the issues with TIOSA. Reason Foundation partnered with the Platt Institute to create the Nebraska K-12 funding reform model, a new tool which allows Nebraskans to explore potential reforms to the state's funding system. And just an aside, I'd recommend everybody hop in and check out this tool. It is really an interesting, thank you, Mr. President, an interesting analysis of how different reforms would impact our school funding system in Nebraska. State policymakers should consider forming a study committee with the goal of developing a better K-12 funding model. A politically viable proposal will likely include a permanent reduction in local property tax reliance for K-12 funding, a transparent student-centered formula, and other elements that make the reform attractive to both urban and rural school districts. Modernizing Nebraska's school finance system means adopting a model where taxpayers and students are treated fairly regardless of where they live. State policymakers can get the momentum by going by forming a study committee with that concrete goal. And I do like this analysis because it gets to the core that TIOSA, while it's been adjusted and tweaked over the years, has become an opaque model that doesn't serve our students, it doesn't serve our school boards, and it doesn't serve anyone living in our school districts in the state of Nebraska, especially in rural Nebraska. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Slama. Senator Jacobson, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to follow up a little bit more with what's happening in rural Nebraska, particularly the western part of the state. I know Senator Slama has focused a lot on southeast Nebraska, which also rural Nebraska. We're all seeing very, very similar things. You get into smaller communities, got smaller school systems. You're trying to spread those costs, and it all ends up pretty heavily on the ag base, no matter where you're at. I look out in my district 42, and of course I've got North Platte Public, equalized district, and then I've got the multiple counties around that are smaller school districts doing great jobs of educating our children, but they're also having to spread those costs that are out there and all the federal and state mandates in terms of teaching today, and they're having to get that paid for somehow. I would also tell you, as you get in more in the rural areas, you run into areas where there's great travel distances. A lot of people say, well, gee, why don't they just consolidate the schools? It's easier said than done because you've got students that are living in areas, and so how far are they going to travel to get to school every day? I can tell you that there are areas in McPherson County, for example, where it's the smallest school district in the nation. Last year, I think they had 53 students in the school. But you've got students that are traveling 25 and 30 miles one way every day to get to school. And if they were going to go to the next closest district, it would either be North Platte or it'd be Stapleton. And you're going to be looking at another 30 or 35 miles in addition to the drive that they have now. So you're going to need to maintain those buildings in order to be able to provide some kind of adequate teaching opportunities for those students. And I might add, they do an outstanding job, and the report cards reflect the job that they're doing to make that happen. So it's a critical part of what we're doing. I would also tell you that with Senator Holdcroft had mentioned what's happening in Sarpy County. He's right, Sarpy County is growing like fire. They're continuing to have to build new schools there. We're finding in western Nebraska that our schools are shrinking in size. And so the way we're going to need to do that is through economic development and be able to continue to load up those schools with students. We've got excess capacity, and we intend to do that. And that's one of the things I'll be doing in the legislature in terms of trying to promote economic development. With that, I'm going to stop, and I'm going to yield the remainder of my time to Senator Slama.
Thank you, Senator Jacobson. Senator Slama, that's 2 minutes, 22 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm grateful for this discussion and the amount we've been able to talk about school funding today. At the end of this turn, will be withdrawing my motion. I'd recommend that anybody in the queue, if you happen to hear what I'm saying, please feel free to remove your name from the queue, and I withdraw my amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
It is withdrawn. Mr. Clerk for items.
Mr. President, Senator Hunt would move to recommit LB 583 to committee.
Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, we understand you've been authorized to open for Senator Hunt.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to say good evening because it's so dark in here. I was sitting in the lounge a little bit ago and it was, I could hear thunder. So definitely a storm is brewing outside. Yes, I spoke with Senator Hunt earlier and she asked me to take on her motion to recommit to committee. So I said that I would happily do that. I wasn't aware that I was going to be doing it this quickly. So I apologize that I'm not as well prepared as I had hoped. I know, because I was listening, as I said, I was sitting in the lounge, I was listening to the debate, and there was robust conversation around the current bill and tax policy and school finance. And I was listening to Senator Slama read the school finance. It is still a struggle for me to fully understand, but thank you, Senator Slama, for that. So it was one of the rare opportunities that I had to sit in the lounge, and I thought I would take advantage of it and just sneak away for a moment. And it wasn't entirely empty. Senator Decay and I were in there together, but listening to debate. So the lounge is kind of like exactly what you would think of in like an old movie. It's like big, oversized leather chairs and green couch. The couches are green. And when I walked in, the lights were off. And so I asked Senator Decay if it was okay because it was starting to get overcast. And so I turned the lights on, and the lights are, well, anybody who's turned some light switches on in this building know that it's these like circle like buttons that you push one in and then the other one pops out. That's how you turn the lights on and off. And so I was turning the lights on and trying to figure out which ones. And there's a huge fireplace in there. And I am curious when the last time that fireplace was used. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful fireplace. It doesn't look like it's been used in probably decades, but it would be interesting to know. And does the fireplace have, like, does a chimney sweep come once a year and sweep the fireplace? I think there's a fireplace in both lounges, but I haven't been in that lounge for quite a while. So the lounge I'm talking about is I'm pointing in different directions. The senator's lounge is this way, behind the clerk and the cloakroom, or the president's desk and the cloakroom, and then hallway lounge. And then all the way on the other side of the building is the Weary Lounge, and that's the Supreme Court side. And I know that one has a fireplace because that's the one I've been sitting in. But I don't recall if our lounge has a fireplace, but I feel like it does. So whenever that lounge reopens, I look forward to seeing if it in fact has a fireplace. But if anyone knows anything about the fireplaces and when they were last used, I'd be curious to know. Our former clerk was the longest serving clerk, I believe, in the country, clerk of the legislature. And I doubt he's watching because he probably has better things to do with his time. But Patrick, if you are watching, what has the fireplace ever been used in your 40 plus year tenure in the legislature? Because if anyone's going to know, maybe Carol or Dick knows too. But Patrick, if you're watching, dying to know, burning question in your Nebraska legislature, was the fireplace in the senator's lounge ever used during your tenure? Now, the senator's lounge has very strict rules. Staff cannot go in there. Staff is not allowed in. And when I was a freshman and I had Barry was a baby. We call him Barry. Barrett was a baby. And the times that I would have him with me, I would take him into the lounge with me sometimes. And that was, it's the senator's lounge, but he was essentially an appendage at that point. So an exception was made for Barry. He got a lot of exceptions. He got to be on the floor, the actual floor. My desk was on the end here, and so did try to keep him on the end, not like in the middle. I think I had him in the middle once because I was literally wearing him in like a Bjorn and I walked over to talk to somebody. So again, like literal appendage at that point in time. But yes, so one of the things that Senator Hunt was talking about this morning that really I found fascinating was her conversation about Kool-Aid and the Kool-Aid packets. I'm looking up Kool-Aid right now because, of course, Kool-Aid originates in Nebraska and all the different flavors. And I don't remember there being so many different flavors of Kool-Aid. So, and I definitely don't remember, was it the wizard flavor that she was talking about or Houdini? Was it Houdini? Was that the name of the flavor? Anyways, I just love that she started talking about Kool-Aid this morning. Now I'm looking up what they've got. There's 22, pack of 22 flavors. What? I just know like the fruit punch and like lemonade. What are all the flavors? There's mango, grape, lemon, lime, strawberry. But what are the rest? Cherry, tropical punch, watermelon, strawberry, kiwi, madrina tangerine, mango, pink lemonade, orange, peach mango, green apple, strawberry, grape, raspberry, pineapple, Jamaica. What is the Jamaica flavor? Mixed berry and lemon lime. They do not have the Houdini on here. So I would like to know about, I'm just making up. I don't know if she said it was the Houdini Kool-Aid. Blue Houdini. Oh, it is a thing. It is expensive. You can buy vintage blue Kool-Aid Houdini. It's $42. I love you, Senator Hunt, but I'm not getting you that for your birthday. Wow. Though it is within the gift limit of $50. Purplosaurus Rex. Okay. Wow. Rockadile Red. Retro Jammers. Okay, what are retro jammers? Are these just retro flavors? No, retro jammers is like an actual Kool-Aid? Kool-Aid flavors. Okay. Oh my God. I did not even know what I was missing in the Kool-Aid arena. Dinosaur Dracula? What? Oh my God. My kids would love this. Where can I get these weird Kool-Aids? Not that they need the sugar. Sometimes I get cookies here, and if it's a day that I'm actually going home, I will bring them home with me. And then I always regret it. I'm like, why did I do that? Okay, pink swimingo, which has a picture of a pink flamingo. Rockadile red.
1 minute.
Which has a crocodile with a guitar. This is amazing. Great Blue Dini. Okay, that's the one that Senator Hunt was talking about. Changes colors. The Great Blue Dini changes colors. Cool. Strawberry Fin. That's got a shark on it for the fin. Purplosaurus Rex. Guess what? It has a purple T-Rex on it. So that one's, a giveaway. Oh my God, there's even more. Oh, they've got like the original and then the updated version. I love the original better. The cartoon drawings are like really awesome and clearly done like by hand and not digital. So that's really cool. I think I'm about out of time. So, man, Senator Hunt, thank you for turning me on to these. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Walls, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of LB 583. And the reason, or one of the reasons I do, is because in my mind, we got it right. This time, we got it right. And I'm not merely talking about the bill, because in politics, I don't think you ever find a perfect bill. There's a cause for every, there's a cause for every cause, there's an effect. I'm talking about what happened prior to the bill ever being drafted. I'm talking about the approach, the thoughtful, intentional approach used by the governor, the stakeholders, and legislators to listen to each other, to make changes, to prioritize needs, to allow for local control, and to create a school funding plan that benefits education and property taxpayers. I appreciate first and foremost the opportunity for stakeholders to have a seat at the table, as well as the many listening sessions that occurred over the interim. Secondly, the fact that educating our kids remained the priority focus during those discussions. I do want to highlight the 80% increase in special education, because this is something that is long overdue. We've had many advocates for people with disabilities asking for this increase. And just imagine, colleagues, the family's reaction to that increase, the fact that they were finally being listened to and finally felt like their kids mattered. So because of what took place prior to the creation of a school funding policy, we have a major bipartisan proposal before us that I think the majority of the body can agree to. And that's pretty amazing. It's a testimony of what can happen when we're thoughtful, when we take others' voices and expertise into consideration. I'm not going to go into the components of the bill, because I think Senator Sanders and others have done a marvelous job doing that. I do want to say that I think it would benefit our students and our schools to at some point have continued conversations on poverty allowance and how we measure poverty in the formula, because it absolutely does cost more money to educate kids in poverty. In my home district in Fremont, we have over 60% poverty in our schools. So I would like to see continued conversations regarding the poverty allowance with more stakeholders and more input on that issue. Again, I want to thank Senator Sanders, and I remember talking to her about a month ago about this proposal. And she was saying how when she was asked to bring this proposal, her first reaction was, I'm not going to do that. But Senator Sanders, you have done a remarkable job bringing this proposal. Thank you. And thank you to the governor and stakeholders for making education a priority.
1 minute.
Honestly, I never thought I would say this about a school funding proposal, but this has been a little bit of a light in a very tough session. And I think it's all due to the fact that it was a thoughtful process. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Walls. Senator Conrad, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. I rise in opposition to the motion and in continued support of Senator Sanders' amendment and the underlying legislation. I think that this measure, again, to reaffirm, is actually one of the most exciting measures before the legislature this year, and want to give credit where credit is due to Governor Pillen, Senator Sanders, the Education Committee, and all stakeholders who've come together to work on this piece. I think that this measure is elegant in design in terms of addressing longstanding concerns brought forward by our schools in Greater Nebraska to have increased infusion of resources to address what they see as inequities in the TIOSA formula, and to address longstanding concerns by all school districts about the lack of resources available to serve students in special ed and with special needs. So again, no proposal is perfect, and there are components, perhaps in some of the technical aspects of this measure and as related to some of the other aspects in the property relief package that this is correlated to. I do think on the whole, it helps to address very important public policy issues that are good for my district and good for the state of Nebraska. One thing that I wanted to just gently push back a little bit on my friend Senator Lippincott. I know that there are members of the body who feel very strongly about quote unquote school choice and are deeply committed to utilizing their voice and their resources and the powers of this institution to increase resources to private school, to increase state resources to private schools, whether that's through vouchers, whether that's through scholarships, or whether that's through other strategies to build up charter schools or religious schools in Nebraska. That is their authentically held, legitimate political perspective in regards to how they approach education policy. I just simply disagree. I believe that we have school choice that honors the rights of parents to choose the best course of action that's right for them and their family. And it also ensures that we do not have a needless entanglement between church and state in regards to these issues. Now, I don't want to throw a firebomb into this thoughtful and positive debate about education funding, but I also didn't want to let some of those comments from my friend Senator Lippincott go unresponded to in the record, because I think, unfortunately, it's very challenging to compare apples to apples when you look at overall costs to our schools and you look at just how they operate, for example. So perhaps some private schools may have a lower per pupil cost to educate students, but you have to remember that private schools also are not required to educate all students. And public schools, sometimes the thing that's really driving their cost and driving their per pupil cost could be providing services and ensuring an education for students with significant special needs, and that really, really drives up the cost. It's also sometimes hard to get a dollar for dollar accounting or audit in between private schools and parochial schools and religious schools. They're not subject to the same level of audit and transparency as our public schools are. So I appreciate and understand that my friend Senator Lippincott and others have a different ideological viewpoint in regards to advancing private education in Nebraska. I just wanted to make sure that where we can find common ground and consensus on investing in our great public schools, we should maintain that North Star focus in this debate, and we should just make sure that we have clarity in regards to the points of debate brought forward. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Conrad. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Since I opened on Senator Hunt's motion, I'm assuming that I still just get 2 times to speak in a close. We act as though I am the introducer of the motion?
Yes, if you're doing Senator Hunt's close, that's correct.
Okay, all right, that's helpful. Well, I guess if I'm not potato, really, right? If I'm not doing her close, then I get 3 times that extra 5 minutes. If I am doing her close, then I don't get that. Okay. All right, math. It's my friend. Okay, putting my coat on. Sorry, I got chilly in here. So apparently, and I haven't dug in yet, but apparently, thank you to Senator Blood, Pillsbury had they tried to have their own cool drink mixes in the 90s as well. And I do plan on digging in on those. There seemed like they might have had some racial undertones. So there's that. Okay. All right. So I'm looking at these pictures and maybe this is the purist in me. I do like the original packaging better, but part of it is the original packaging is clearly illustrated as opposed to the digital packaging, which is fine. Like digital artwork is great, etc. But the original kind of reminds me of if you ever, I remember going to the Disney store I think it was in the Westroads Mall, and it's probably still there, I don't know. But the Disney store in the Westroads Mall, and they would have in the cases like original prints of artwork from different Disney movies. And they were on like I don't know what kind of plate they were on, but just the process of how cartoons used to be made, like it would take forever, like years to make a cartoon illustrated movie. And now it takes months. And these illustrations just kind of remind me of that old-fashioned way of doing illustrative artwork. If you ever see, well, you probably see like the opening credits of, I think it's on every Disney movie, but it's the whistling Mickey Mouse in black and white, and it's flipping pages. Like that is how cartoons and illustrations used to be made, is that it was like a series of artwork and just flipped really quickly to create the illusion of movement. And it's closed right now, but when it's reopened, the Joslyn Art Museum in Omaha has an artworks section for kids. We're all kids, right? Because I love to hang out there. And my husband and I would take our kids there all the time when it was open. But you could do like animation. They had like a little video laptop thing set up with a camera, and you could do still frame animation with like, kind of like Gumby style. For anybody who doesn't know Gumby, the animated cartoon, where it's like you got a guy and his hands are like this, and then you move them and take another shot, and then move them and take another shot, and 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 then you do them quickly, and it goes like this, like he's doing a karate chop. So Yeah, I hope.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. I hope that when the Joslin Art Museum reopens, that the artworks is still there, or maybe it'll even be bigger at that point, which makes me think, when is Joslin reopening? Also, there's the Illuminarium, which is new in Omaha. I have not yet been. It opened 2 or 3 weekends ago, and it looks like it's a really cool space, and I look forward to checking it out. I am sort of crowd averse at the moment. Spend a lot of time here around a lot of people. So in my free time, I kind of want to be around not a lot of people. Mostly just 4 other people that I live with are the people I want to be around. So I haven't been to the Illuminarium, but maybe this summer after I've had some
That's your time, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Day, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of LB 583 and AM 1636 and in opposition to the motion to recommit to committee. I wanted to continue the conversation. We're again talking about education today. And yes, I am thrilled to see that we are finally finding some solutions to the funding problem that we have from both perspectives in terms of how we are funding public education as a state, but also from the property tax perspective. But I want to continue to talk about the fact that funding is not the only thing that we have to start addressing relative to education in Nebraska. And until we start approaching education from a more holistic, student-centered perspective, we're still going to continue to have issues. I think Senator Walz's proposal to increase the poverty allowance would be one way that we could start working towards correcting some of those things. But I think that it is incredibly important. It's going to continue to become more important for the education sector of Nebraska to address adverse childhood experiences. And obviously poverty is one of those, but there are many other things when it comes to adverse childhood experiences that affect a child's ability to get a quality education. Last night, I had mentioned attending a luncheon, I believe it was last year, potentially the year before, for the Nebraska Children and Families Foundation, where Liz Dozier, who is the CEO and founder of Chicago Beyond and former principal of Fenger High School in Chicago, was the keynote speaker. And it was one of the first times that I had heard someone who was really taking justice initiatives and student-centered practices and implementing it into public education, and in how incredibly effective it was in addressing some of the issues that we have in really struggling schools. And so I'm going to go back to talking more about her perspectives on how we can solve some of the problems within the public education system with a more holistic, student-centered approach. When Liz Dozier arrived at Fenger High School, it felt like someone had dimmed the lights. At the time, it was known as one of the most violent and underperforming schools in Chicago. During Dozier's first year as principal, 300 arrests happened in the building. The school's dropout rate was 20%, and the graduation rate was just 40%. Each of my students was an infinite microcosm of possibility, she shared, comparing their potential to stars in the night sky. But so many barriers were impacting students' abilities to be free, dimming the lights on their futures. Dozier started her time as principal focused on structure and discipline, prioritizing policies and procedures. After a year, though, she realized the school wasn't seeing the changes it needed. Day after day, our students' ecosystems were subjecting them to repeated trauma, Dozier explained. A one-size-fits-all approach and tough-on-behavior tactics weren't helping the students, so she made a shift. After Dozier's 6 years at Fenger High School, the 300 annual arrests became fewer than 10. The dropout rate fell to 2%, and the graduation rate doubled to 80%. As one of the opening keynote speakers at the 2022 Cradle to Career Network convening, Dozier, thank you, Mr. President, now founder and CEO of Chicago Beyond, shared what changed to turn the school into a bright spot. Here are a few of the insights she offered to the more than 500 changemakers gathered at the event in Chicago. In her first year, Dozier tracked a lot of data on her students. Across the Strive Together Cradle to Career Network, data is a key component to building stronger communities, but it's critical to pause and reflect on what the data really means, Dozier shared. And to her, that meant truly seeing each of her students. What was really in that data? How often has each of us really failed to see someone? At Fenger, we are missing some of our kids, widening the inequities and creating more issues, she said. Using data effectively meant not just looking at the numbers, but seeking the story behind the numbers, the lived reality of each of the students at the high school. We changed the question from what's wrong with you to what happened to you, Dozier shared.
Time, Senator.
Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Day. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. Well, apparently the fireplaces have never been used, but are operational. They are only for decoration presently. So, good to know if the apocalypse comes and people have to flock here for shelter, if they need to, we have functioning fireplaces. Why? If we don't use them and they've never been used, I don't know, but they're there. Maybe when this building was built, they planned for a future apocalypse and thought, we want to make sure people have a place to safely warm their hands and cook a meal. I imagine like a cauldron of like soup happening in the fireplace. The fireplaces are massive. Like you can walk into the fireplace. They are ginormous. So I imagine like getting a rod and hanging it across and putting like a cauldron on it and just stirring with like an actual paddle, like a boat paddle, stirring and making like a massive stew for all the people that are huddled, the huddled masses. The huddled masses. Give me your poor, your huddled masses. So, LB 583 establishes the Education Future Fund. Schools may receive additional funds. Just reading through some things on this from earlier. All right, so we've got AM 1636 and the revised fiscal note. I don't have the original fiscal note, but the revised fiscal note is $103,762,107 in FY 23-24. And $134,933,956 FY 24-25. For school year 23-24 and each year thereafter, the Nebraska Department of Education will determine the supplemental special education allowance for each school district. The allowance will be an amount equal to 80% of the total allowable excess costs for special education programs and support services provided by the school district minus the amount of the reimbursement received by the school district. For school year 23-24 and each school year thereafter, the total amount of equalization aid that is attributed to supplemental special education allowances will be paid from the Education Future Fund. All right. For school year 23-24 and each school year thereafter, net option funding will be the product of the net number of option students multiplied by the difference of the statewide average basic funding per formula student minus the amount of foundation aid paid per formula student. For school year 23-24 and each school year thereafter, NDE will determine the foundation aid to be paid to each school district. The foundation aid to be paid to each school district in each school year will be equal $1,500 multiplied by the number of formula students for such school district. 23% of the total amount of foundation aid paid each school year will be paid from money appropriated from the Education Future Fund. For whatever reason, this just reminded me that it's May 10th. If you live in West Side, turn in your ballots today. You got to turn them into the election commissioner drop-off boxes. I turned mine in over the weekend. Also, Nick, I turned in our ballots over the weekend. If you're wondering what happened to them, we had them on the refrigerator for a week, and I knew I was driving by a drop box. So I snagged him off. I made sure that he had signed the back of his before I took it because I didn't want it to be disqualified, and I didn't. I don't know how he voted for it's West Side school bonding issue, but ballots are due today. So don't forget West Side residents. Yeah. Okay. So I think we're talking about school funding. I guess that's probably why I started thinking about a bond issue and the fact that your vote needs to be cast by today. It's an all by mail ballot process for the bond, for the West Side school bond. And which was very
Time, Senator.
easy. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Michaela Kavanaugh. Senator Day, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. Continuing the conversation about working on reforming education and addressing the whole student from a student-centered perspective, this article about Liz Dozier. She said, "We changed the question from what's wrong with you to what happened to you," Dozier shared. From there, she and her team could better understand the students and their needs and better create strategies to address them. Truly understanding your data and the root causes of the challenges of your community can lead to shifting the way you look at your work. For Dozier, the shift had a profound impact. "We were operating under the assumption that our students needed to be controlled," she said. "The reality is that we, as adults, were the barriers to their freedom. As a collective of adults, we were the system that was standing in their way." When they let go of their assumptions, Dozier and her team began to see her students through a more nuanced and complex lens. This expansion allowed them to see the larger underlying issues behind the students' challenges at school, the overall ecosystem in which young people in the community existed. "Our children are not problems to be solved. They are individuals who are in need of healing, in need of adults to step up and make different and better decisions in their best interests," Dozier shared. Her work shifted from its focus on policies and strict discipline. The school adopted restorative practices and implemented mental health and wellness resources, including group counseling and individual counseling for students. And these changes led to results. Reaching better outcomes involves more than the principal and teachers. It requires everyone in the environment that affects students. Dozier began bringing more people to the table, including coaches, counselors, janitors, secretaries, and more, to build a holistic web of support. This holistic approach is important not just in day-to-day work, but for a longer-term focus as well, including funding. The original intention of philanthropy is to be of service and to listen to the voices of the people we're serving. Dozier shared. In 2016, after her time at Fenger High School, Dozier launched Chicago Beyond, an impact investor that invests in ideas, individuals, and organizations. The organization takes a trust-based philanthropy approach to fight pervasive inequities. We need to maintain our proximity to communities and take our own egos and power dynamic off the table to truly show up in solidarity with the people we serve, she said. I feel like that quote would be important for everybody in here to understand. We need to maintain our proximity to communities and take our own egos and power dynamic off the table and truly show up in solidarity with the people we serve. So far, Chicago Beyond has invested close to $50 million into ideas, individuals, and organizations to ensure that young people are truly free. Their work includes investing in larger systems like Chicago Public Schools and supporting hyper-local organizations. When change seems daunting, Dozier reminded the Cradle to Career Network that change starts with all of us. Systems, after all, are made up of people, and as the people, we truly have the power, she said. At Fenger High School, Dozier saw firsthand that wide-scale change starts with small things. Things like shifting discipline practices, creating a warm environment, and supporting students to graduate. Every single interaction, thank you. Every single interaction, how we show up. It's the small things we need to pay attention to for our students, our young people, and our communities, Dozier shared. Change is possible, and it starts with the radical power of individuals to influence their environments and shape the future, Dozier said. We're in the midst of this revolution. The freedom of all of our children depends on each and every one of us. I will yield the rest of my time. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Day, and you are next in the queue.
Well, all right then. So I also wanted to look at this Chicago Beyond philanthropy group that Ms. Dozier has founded and discuss a little bit more about their philosophies and what they do. And they have something online that you can download for free. It's the Chicago Beyond Whole Philanthropy. It's a PDF, about 24 pages. And I think it's a really fantastic read because it gives you an idea of just how deeply many of these issues are rooted when it comes to student behavior and academic success in the classroom. So with Chicago Beyond, they say restoring the philanthropic sector's promise of equitable social change requires radically reorienting philanthropy around a mission of and practice of justice. Whole philanthropy is our approach to operationalizing this transformation. By honoring the context in which our work takes place and the human dignity and value of the people we work with, we hope to build a deep foundation of trust and solidarity with our partners to achieve our mutual aspirations for Chicago's young people. We hope this approach allows us to work more productively and joyfully with our partners in our joint pursuit of freedom. And Chicago Beyond works on many things, even outside of schools. They have other justice and corrections related initiatives that they're handling. But the main thing that I find really important about the work that they're doing is that no matter what they are working on, the dignity of the human being and the individual is always centered in every decision that they make, because it is truly the only way to allow for success for each individual person. Our North Star is freedom, which requires liberatory consciousness to show up in this work in ways that are righteous and true for the communities we serve. Like many in philanthropy, we hold ourselves accountable for taking actions that exemplify our beliefs and working to construct viable pathways on that road toward freedom, especially for Black and Brown people. We recognize that all too often philanthropy falls short in constructing those pathways. Despite decades of defining the problem and implementing solutions, we are left with minimal, long-lasting results. It's tempting to attribute these failures to societal forces, especially given the growing awareness of how structural racism and inequality shape and distort young people's lives. Excuse me. But as critiques of philanthropy underscore, a sector grounded in charity rather than justice itself, a party to those forces. I'll yield the rest of my time. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Day. Senator John Kavanaugh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. I've appreciated the conversation we've been having about this bill in particular. I appreciate Senator Sanders' work on this, and of course, the governor's interest in getting more money for education in the state. And I think this does represent a pretty substantial investment going forward in education. I hope we can continue to maintain it, because obviously the TIOSA formula, which I know is very complicated, and I appreciate the folks who've talked so far that have helped explain this to myself and to others who've been watching at home. But it's complicated, and it's came about a long time ago, I guess in the 90s, in the hopes of making sure that we were trying to match needs with resources, and recognizing the differences, burdens of educating kids in different school districts. Obviously in the school district that I represent, there's several schools that are within walking distance of my house, but in other districts like Senator Brandt's district or Senator Breezy's district, just folks I can see here, that the kids have to get bused long distances, and there's not the density of kids, so there's just differences in how you administer these different school districts. And I think that's what TIOSA was attempting to recognize. I appreciate that the governor is trying, over these years of evolution, TIOSA has kind of shifted away from fully considering the burdens of those other school districts. And we had the unequalized schools and the equalized schools. We set up competition between those two for resources. And this is, I think, a step in that direction of recognizing that we need to make sure we are providing some resources to every school in the state, because the state has an obligation to educate all the children in the state. And so I appreciate that about this bill and Senator Sanders' amendment. And so that I would, I guess I would oppose the recommit motion and support the bill at this point. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator John Kavanaugh. Seeing no one else in the queue, Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, you're welcome to close on Senator Hunt's motion.
Thank you, Madam President. I stepped away, so I didn't look up the Pillsbury flavors drink mix. But Senator Blood handed me this list. One of them is freckle face strawberries, loudmouth lime. I just read those two because, first of all, they're the least offensive ones, and also they probably are the ones that best describe my personality or me as a person. Freckle face strawberries and loudmouth lime. Yeah. So anyways, the started because Senator Hunt was talking about Kool-Aid earlier on the mic, and her mom at the grocery store, and I like props to Mrs. Cuz taking your kids to the grocery store, first of all, is like an endeavor that you never know how it's going to turn out. But just plopping them in front of a bunch of flavors of Kool-Aid and being like, you get to pick X number of flavors, and then you do your grocery shopping while they are just belaboring which flavor of Kool-Aid they want, you probably are going to end up with significantly less junk food in your cart and just a couple of packets of Kool-Aid. So that is genius, and a method I would consider deploying. I try to avoid taking my kids to the grocery store because it stresses me out so much to have them in there with me, because I've got my list, I want to get in, get the things that I need, and get out. And if they're with me, it turns into an aisle by aisle negotiation. Like, what about this? What about this? What about this? Well, how about you just let me get this instead of this? I'm like, I didn't agree to either thing. I didn't say you could have that. So why would I agree to the other thing in lieu of that? Like, oh, I don't need to get the Oreos. I'll just get the fruit by the foot. No, I didn't say you could have Oreos. Well, I could get both Oreos and fruit by the foot. No, you can't have either of them. Like, this is, actually how negotiations here go a lot of times. And I'm like, no, that was never discussed. We did not enter into this grocery store with the idea that you were going to get to pick out a treat or 10. And now you're negotiating for all these treats that I never said you could have. I'm just trying to get something for dinner. Chill out. So maybe I will deploy the Kool-Aid trick. My middle kid is an expert level negotiator, however, and she's also expert level gaslighter. And so I don't know that would work. She can have, oh man, she would make people in this chamber weep with her negotiation skills. She has certainly made me weep. She is relentless and will reframe any conversation to suit her needs. So I wish I could maybe just put a little earpiece in and have her tell me what to say. That would be entertaining on a lot of levels. There would be an increased conversation about unicorns, of course, and rainbows. She likes a good schedule. She's really big on schedules. Wants to write it out, wants to write down the schedule.
One minute.
Thank you. So I've actually started working on a schedule for this summer. Well, they go to camp, so we got that schedule. But just working on a schedule for days when they don't have camp or something like that, because she really likes to have a schedule. She likes to know what to anticipate, what's the next activity, what's the next expectation. She really likes expectations to be laid out for her. So I took a little time this weekend to start sketching that out and try and think of activities, structured activities to have on those unstructured days. And God bless teachers, because that's all they do is structure kids' days and make it enriching and educational. And it's amazing to me how they do it. And it is not my strong suit. And I am attempting to poorly do it when my kids are not in those structured academic settings. So I'm grateful.
Time,
to teachers.
Senator.
Thank you. Call the House. Roll call vote.
There's been a request to place the House under call. The question is, shall the House go under call? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
12 ayes, 2 nays, place House under call.
The House is under call. Senators, please record your presence. Those unexcused senators outside the chamber, please return to the chamber and record your presence. All unauthorized personnel, please leave the floor. The House is under call. Senators Wishart, Frederickson, Bostar, Bosselman, McDonnell, and Wayne, please return to the chamber. The House is under call. Senators Wayne and McDonald, the House is under call. Please return to the chamber. The House is under call. Senator McDonald, please return to the chamber. The House is under call. Senator McDonald, the House is under call. Senator McDonald, the House is under call. Please return to the chamber. The House is under call. All unexcused senators are now present. So the question before the body is the motion to recommit to committee. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Mr. Clerk, please record.
0 ayes, 44 nays to recommit the bill, Madam President.
The motion is not successful. I raise the call. Mr. Clerk, next item.
Madam President, some items. Your Committee on Enrollment Review reports Legislative Bill 683 as correctly engrossed and placed on final reading second. Additionally, your Committee on Education, chaired by Senator Merman, reports Legislative Bill 413 to general file, and a series of conflict of interest statements from Senator Wayne. Amendments to be printed from Senator Wayne to LB 814. New LR 133 from Senator Bostelman. That'll be referred to the Executive Board. New LR from Senator John Kavanaugh. That will be referred to the Executive Board. And LR 135 from Senator Brandt and others. That will be referred to the Executive Board as well. Concerning Legislative Bill 583, Madam President, Senator Michaela Kavanaugh would move to reconsider the vote just taken on MO 684.
Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, you're welcome to open on your reconsider motion.
Thank you, Madam President. Colleagues. So yeah, I was talking about in my closing on the last go round, I was talking about taking my kids to the grocery store and structure and how much structure our educators bring to children. It's much needed, important structure. So there's so many topics, there's so many directions to approach essentially the same problem. The problem and the multifaceted, layered approaches that are necessary and need to work together. The problem is, how do we care for our children? Our budget informs that. Our education policy informs that. Our public assistance policy informs that. Our criminal justice policies inform that. How do we care for our children? Our healthcare policies inform that. And are we caring for our children in the manner in which we believe is doing the most good? Where is the room for improvement, and how can we make those strides? So, public assistance. Our children who are living in economically unstable circumstances. When we invest in public assistance, we are investing in those children. When we are ensuring that children in low economic households have access to food, heat, housing, internet, we are investing in those children. Are we doing the best job of that? We have all kinds of means testing required for our public assistance. We create a system in which parents who qualify for public assistance, it's basically a full-time job for them to maintain the paperwork and the hoops to qualify for public assistance, which leaves little to zero time for them to work to get out of their current financial situation. Could we be doing better there? Could we have more thoughtful policy around our public assistance? Absolutely, we could. Why don't we? One thing that I have observed over the last 5 years and thought about as to why don't we have a different approach to public assistance is sort of a mental block for many individuals. And it's different depending on your lived experience. We have people who maybe grew up in poverty and are successful now. And the mental block is, well, I did it, So why can't you? Or we have people who did not grow up in poverty and had every opportunity to be successful, and they were. And so they don't understand the obstacles. And because they don't understand the obstacles, there's an assumption that the people who are in poverty and can't get out are lazy, when that is not the case. So I think if we really want to start to unpack how we can do better by children, we need to take a step back from our own prejudice, our own preconceived notions. We need to shake the snow globe and look at it differently. Since I've been here, I have had my way of thinking challenged numerous times. And I have had my way of thinking expanded in various ways that I never would have anticipated. I have reframed how I view the role of government, the purpose of taxes, what it means to have thoughtful public policy. And I challenge you, colleagues, to reflect on that for yourselves. Have you grown in your views? Have you opened your mind to new ways of thinking? And I don't mean mine, I mean anyone's. Have you looked at the person who sits next to you in committee or next to you on the floor and thought about their way of approaching a problem and entertained it if it's different than how you would approach a problem? I think if we shake the snow globe up and we try things a different way, we can achieve amazing things. But when we go into our corners and we become tribalistic in the way that we approach every situation and every problem, we're stuck. We are stuck. Madam President, how much time do I have?
3 minutes.
Thank you. Earlier today, there were comments about, yeah, you told me you don't want me to ask about your kids, and why would I, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I get it. I have said similar things. I feel very strongly about a very specific piece of policy, and it genuinely hurts my heart. It genuinely hurts my heart that people support it and that people vote for it. And sometimes that hurt is too much. It is too much for me to handle. And I just want to tell everyone to go away. And sometimes I have. And sometimes I've collected myself and gone back and been like, all right, well, I can't exist that way, so I'm going to approach this differently. But what I haven't seen, colleagues, and that doesn't mean it's not there, but I haven't seen others do the same. I haven't seen individuals who voted for 574 really ponder the implications of that passing. Really ponder, why am I doing what I am doing? Honestly, I haven't had many people talk to me about it off the microphone. And I've talked about it on the mic, but that's not a conversation. That's not a one-on-one dialogue.
1 minute.
I've had very few people who voted for 574 actually engage me in conversation about it. And I get it. I'm not super approachable on that. You have to be brave. You have to be willing to accept that I might not want to talk to you, but you also have to try, and you haven't. And that is on you. If you wanted to talk to me, I assumed that you would. So this is where we are. This is where we are. And this is where we continue to be.
Time, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Michaela Kavanaugh. Senator Day, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. I've had this really fun thing for like the last week that anytime I start talking at length, I start coughing, and it keeps happening on the mic, and it's kind of embarrassing and kind of gross. So I apologize in advance for me clearing my throat and coughing all the time on the mic. But I'm not sure what's going on. Maybe I could talk to our friendly doctor of the day over there. But Chicago Beyond. Traditional institutional philanthropy exacerbates the inequities it seeks to alleviate by operating in a way that draws sharp lines between givers and receivers, haves and have-nots, appraisers and the appraised. At Chicago Beyond, we believe there is a practical alternative to traditional institutional philanthropy that can invigorate the sector's ability to create this deep change. This approach requires shedding practices typical of charities and setting freedom as our North Star. The process, which we call whole philanthropy, is an expression of our founding commitment to do what is needed for Chicago's young people, and a product of our intensive engagement with the ecosystem of people, organizations, and communities that work together to help young people thrive. As an approach to funding, whole philanthropy is recentering humanness. It is about doing away with the false dichotomy of us and them. It's about recognizing that we are in this together, fighting for and envisioning true freedom for all. It requires interacting with our partners, not in a paternalistic way, but as equals. Our model forges deep connection with our partners, seeks to rebuild ownership among those we serve, and unlock the abundance of collective and often untapped resources among stakeholders. As an antidote to the typical philanthropic power dynamic, whole philanthropy is grounded in justice. Justice is not an abstract state of liberation that exists out there. We enact justice every day, in each encounter with others, through every relationship we build, with every plan we make. Our actions can restore or harm people and communities. Centering justice in this way challenges us as funders to fundamentally change our assumptions and actions. Whole philanthropy is by no means the answer to the systemic problems that undergird philanthropy. We wrestle regularly with operating in this world while envisioning an equitable one. Whole philanthropy is an intentional practice of doing the best we can at each turn with a fierce commitment to adapting and learning. At Chicago Beyond, making philanthropy whole is an ongoing journey. It is the orientation to how we approach everything we do. We are sharing now so that partners, our peers, and others in our community can continue to challenge us and hold us accountable to this orientation so we can continue to do better for our young people, and so we collectively can create the impact we wish to see. We must steady our feet, persevering on this new terrain. Why orientation? The instinctual way of working is attempting to make the world better by focusing on changing things external to us. For greater and holistic impact, we need to instead focus on examining and modifying our orientation to this work. Thank you, Madam President. We must see ourselves as key actors with power in the systems we are working in, actors that can ultimately upend and shift the very nature of the system. Key to this is recognizing when we change what we notice, we change how we see, we change what we do. This is our orientation, one that we strive to apply to everything we do. Consciousness and connectedness equals with, not for. Consciousness requires noticing and examining the perceptions, assumptions, and dynamics that inform our individual and organizational beliefs and practices. Being conscious requires us to see differently and bring awareness to our own biases and assumptions as well as our interconnectedness. Connectedness requires
Time, Senator.
Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Day. Senator John Kavanaugh, you're recognized.
Not doing taxes, by the way. Thank you, Madam President. Whoa, loud. Do we readjust it? Thank you, Madam President. And again, I rise in the rare opposition to the reconsideration because I voted how I wanted to vote on the recommit. Sometimes I vote no on the recommit and yes on the reconsideration because the arguments are so compelling sometimes. But I was remiss last time. I didn't, Senator Conrad had brought up and mentioned that this was Teacher Appreciation Week. And I just wanted to make sure I had my opportunity to thank all of the wonderful teachers that have shaped my life and have been there for me and for my kids, teaching them to read because, it's, I try, but it gets very standoffish and nobody around here understands what it's like to be standoffish. But it is when you try to get your kids to do something they don't want to do, that could be a problem, but teachers are great at it. They know how to kind of jujitsu, or I don't know what that's called. Judo, the one where you use your weight and their weight against them. That's I feel like how teachers deal with my kids at least. So I really do appreciate in honor of Teacher Appreciation Week, I appreciate the teachers that are serving all of us in Nebraska, and that we need to focus more on making sure we're appreciating them in both, the outward appreciation, but also in the monetary fashion. But I did also forget to mention Senator Bosselman had talked about earlier when we kind of began this debate about a constituent in his district who was being taxed out of their home. And, property taxes is a big concern to people in the state of Nebraska. And that was something that came up when I was knocking doors in my district now 3 years ago. And, folks who've lived in their homes for a very long time and the values keep going up. The land value in particular in Midtown Omaha has gone up on as I always tell you guys, my lot is 100 feet by 50 feet. So very small compared to, the math. Senator Brandt's always telling me quarter section or an acre is a football field without the end zones. That's what Senator Brandt always tells me. He's really good at the math when it particularly comes to sizes of pieces of land and distances and things. But anyway, so folks talking about a lot of things like that. And so one of the issues that kind of became important to me, and Senator Bosselman touched on a little bit, is home equity theft, which is what happens when somebody can't pay or fails to pay their property taxes and somebody else buys that tax deed at a county sale or auction. And then they have the right to take ownership of that property after 3 years and 9 months. And they can do it through a judicial foreclosure, but they don't have to do that. They can otherwise do it through a tax deed. And so they then gain title to the property, and they also gain all of the equity to the property. So if somebody gets taxed out of their home and they fall behind on their taxes and they can't catch up, and say they fall behind, say, $6,000, and they own a $60,000 home, and this company then takes title through the tax deed process, and they get that windfall of $54,000. So they're owed $6,000 in those back taxes and things that they've paid for, and the accrued interest. And there may be some court fees in there. So really the windfall maybe is, we'll say $50,000, put all those costs in there. And that homeowner is then out. They, their back taxes are settled, but they're out the equity that they put into that house over the years of purchasing the house, paying their mortgage, and all of the other things. They're out all of that equity, all of that savings that they put into that home, and potentially. Thank you, Madam President. Potentially thought about, using it, sell that home for their retirement or something along those lines, movement, downsize. They've lost all of that, and that's because of how unfair and this tax theft, home equity theft situation is. So we have a bill that would help fix that. It's in the Revenue Committee. I've heard that there's some talk about maybe some version of it fitting into a revenue package, so I'm hopeful there. But I have had neighbors in my neighborhood come and stop me on the street to talk about that bill. There's also a case in the Supreme Court, which I can talk about another time, but I'm going to run out of time here, that addresses this very issue out of the state of Minnesota. And the Supreme Court heard that case about a month ago, a little less than a month ago. So we may have an opinion this summer on that would potentially invalidate the current Nebraska scheme. So, but again, against the reconsideration, in favor of the underlying bill. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator John Kavanaugh. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. So, yeah, I was talking about schedule, kids, structure, poverty, all the fun things. Okay, so public assistance, talked about that. Another big thing about how we are caring for our children is criminal justice reform. Now, of course, there's criminal justice reform as it relates to juvenile justice and the preschool to prison pipeline, or just school to prison pipeline, and investments in education and programming do a lot to address that. But there's also, just like intergenerational poverty, having a parent who's incarcerated is going to increase the probability that a child will be incarcerated. And so criminal justice reform and trying to reduce our prison population and recidivism, community corrections, community program, mental health, behavioral health, jobs, all of these things that we can do to reduce our prison population and keep parents in the home with their kids is going to reduce the likeliness that those kids will also be incarcerated. So criminal justice reform is really an essential piece of the puzzle when it comes to talking about how we care for our children. And in not doing criminal justice reform and not getting something substantially done on criminal justice reform, while also allocating the funds to build a new prison and not addressing anything about criminal justice reform, we are failing our kids. On a massive level, we are failing our kids. And there's a lot of things to be proud of this session. There's a lot of things to be disappointed about this session. And one of the things that I think is extremely disappointing is that in the amount of things that we will accomplish, it doesn't seem like we're going to accomplish criminal justice reform. And that should be a priority. People get on the mic and they talk about the humanitarian crisis of the conditions of the prison, but those same people aren't willing to come to the table and find a path forward for criminal justice reform, for sentencing reform, for allowing convicted drug felons to get access to SNAP. And so it's a disconjointed conversation. We can't be the good life if we're only the good life for some. We need to work towards being the good life for all. And that starts
1 minute.
with vulnerable populations, children in poverty, children who are surrounded by crime, substance abuse, substance disorder. Economic development, some pretty major things. We need to do more for our kids. We need to do significantly more for our kids. Do I have one more time, Madam President?
You have one more and then you're closed.
Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Michaela Kavanaugh. Senator Jay, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. Going back to discussing this philosophy that comes from Chicago Beyond, one of the reasons that I wanted to go through this and read it, obviously it's related to education. Their perspective is now directly related to their thoughts on philanthropy and how it should work, and which stems from Ms. Dozier being the principal at a Chicago public school, and how she transformed that school. But I think that one of many of the core pieces of this philosophy are incredibly important to the work that we're doing in here. Having an understanding that the bills that we pass are going to affect people's lives positively or negatively is sometimes, especially this session, a concept that seems to be lost on some people in here. Understanding that I have the power as a policymaker to introduce and vote on bills that could drastically improve someone's life or cause them to suffer is sometimes lost in the conversation in here. We get so lost in our own ideological perspectives on legislation that we forget to see that there are people on the other side of our votes. Getting in proximity to the people whom your bills directly affect is extremely important. If you vote green on a bill that directly causes suffering to a person or a family, should cause you a great deal of pause. And if you don't think about it that way, then this is not the job for you. Understanding that at the end of the day, when I introduce a bill and put all of my effort into it, because we know how much effort it takes to get something passed in here, all of my effort into it to get it across the finish line of a committee hearing, an exec session, 3 rounds of debate, how is that going to affect people's lives? Do you feel bad knowing that you voted green or introduced a bill that is going to cause great harm to many people in this state? And again, if you don't have the ability to feel bad or you don't care enough to feel bad, this is not the place for you. Some of you, I think you don't care. You have a bill that will cause direct harm and suffering to queer people. I think that's the point. That's not a bug, that's a feature. You have a bill that will cause direct harm and suffering to people who understand that sex isn't just for reproduction.
1 minute.
For some of you, that's not a bug, that's a feature. You want to cause people direct suffering and harm. But I know that some of you do care. And some of you get pulled into the conversations that happen here, again, with the most extreme members of this body, and you get lost in the conversation. We have to start to understand that everything we do, every vote that we cast affects individual people's lives in a positive or a negative way, and that will forever be linked to you for the rest of your life.
Time, Senator. Thank you, Senator Day. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. I actually need to have an off the microphone conversation, so I'm going to yield my time to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Day. Senator John Cavanaugh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. So I was on my last time talking about the home equity theft, and I just wanted to make sure I got a little bit more chance to finish on that. So there's a case out of the state of Minnesota that went to the U.S. Supreme Court. I think it was April 23rd, was argued, and there was a lot of interesting conversation there. But the case out of Minnesota, similar to what the kind of hypothetical I described, this was a older woman condo. She missed a payment on her condo, had a couple $100 back taxes due. And then this in Minnesota, they operate this as the county. It's a Hennepin County, which I believe is Minneapolis. And they ultimately took title to her condo and sold it and captured all of the remaining equity in that condo on top of what she owed in back taxes and fees and things like that. And so they went to the U.S. Supreme Court and was argued, and you can listen to the Supreme Court online if you are so inclined. And certainly it'd be interesting. You can also listen to news stories about it. But there were a lot of good questions from the members of the Supreme Court about this functioning as what we call an unlawful taking, which is basically the government taking your property without you being entitled to due process. So they took it without really going through the process they should have to take it. So that's one of the arguments in this case. And so we're expecting we'll get a decision, we think probably in June is kind of how they do these Supreme Court opinions. And just based off the questions, it sounds like they're, potentially going to overturn the Minnesota opinion and say that they can't do this in Minnesota. And so why is that relevant in Nebraska? Because we have a very similar scheme that I described earlier, which is some other entity can buy those tax deeds. And so we have an example out of Scottsbluff, was kind of the numbers I described to you. And then there was, since I brought this bill, there was an example out of Lincoln. There was an even more egregious one where there was several $1,000s of back taxes on something like $120,000 property. But there's really no limit. So if somebody misses one tax payment, and this happens in instances, those of us who have a mortgage, we pay our mortgage, and that payment usually goes to your home insurance as well as your taxes, because obviously the mortgage company has a interest in making sure that your house, if it burns down, you get the money back, or that your taxes are paid so it doesn't get seized in this sort of tax situation. And so that's, those of us, we'll say younger folks who still have a mortgage are paying our mortgage that way, and it pays for those other things. But you get to a stage in your life, generally a little bit older, and you've got your mortgage paid off, hopefully, and you might, by confluence those events, that you for the previous 30 years not paid taxes directly, not realize that you have to do it, and so you miss it. So, older folks who have a lot of equity built up in their homes are the ones that are most at risk of this happening to you. And That's just the scenario one of my neighbors laid out for me on the street, was that they had an elderly parent who actually was an accountant and missed one payment. So paid half of their year's taxes. And they fortunately helped their parent out and realized it and went and paid it back. But in that scenario, it was unclear to them that they had missed it. And so they then could have, somebody could have bought that and then come back a couple years down the road and basically filed for a tax deed and got entitled to my neighbor's.
1 minute.
Thank you, Madam President. My neighbor's parents' property. And that would have just been an oversight because of, their confusion. But of course, if you don't have the money to pay it in that time, it becomes hard to get a loan, even for property you already own, because it's at risk of asset seizure. And so banks are less likely to give a loan for you to pay those back taxes or pay off those titles. So there are problems with that. So attempting to solve this problem, we were trying to get out in front of it before the Supreme Court invalidates our system, because it's entirely possible if they do that. I don't know what happens to our system if they rule against the state of Minnesota. But now you know a little bit more about that, and I assume we'll be getting to a vote here on this bill. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator John Kavanaugh. Mr. Clerk, you have a motion on the desk.
I do, Madam President. Senator Sanders would move to invoke cloture on LB 583 pursuant to Rule 7, Section 10.
Senator Sanders, for what purpose do you rise? There's been a request to place the House under call. The question is, shall the House call under call? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
23 ayes, 3 nays, place House under call.
The House is under call. Senators, please record your presence. Those unexcused senators outside the chamber, please return to the chamber and record your presence. All unauthorized personnel, please leave the floor. The House is under call. Senator Armendariz, McKinney, Vargas, Slama, Wayne, Brewer, Hansen, please return to the chamber. The House is under call. Senators Wayne and McKinney, please return to the chamber. The House is under call. All unexcused senators are now present. Colleagues, the first vote is on the motion to invoke cloture. There's been a request for a roll call vote. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Aguilar, voting yes. Senator Albright, voting yes. Senator Arch, voting yes. Senator Armendariz, voting yes. Senator Ballard, voting yes. Senator Blood, voting yes. Senator Bosson, voting yes. Senator Bostar, voting yes. Senator Bostelman, voting yes. Senator Brandt, voting yes. Senator Brewer, voting yes. Senator Breezy, voting yes. Senator John Kavanaugh, voting yes. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, voting yes. Senator Clements, voting yes. Senator Conrad, voting yes. Senator Day, voting yes. Senator DeBoer, voting yes. Senator DeKay, voting yes. Senator Dorn, voting yes. Senator Dover, voting yes. Senator Dungan, Senator Erdman, voting yes. Senator Frederickson, voting yes. Senator Holleran, voting yes. Senator Hansen, voting yes. Senator Hardin, voting yes. Senator Holcroft, voting yes. Senator Hughes, voting yes. Senator Hunt, Senator Ibaugh, voting yes. Senator Jacobson, voting yes. Senator Kauth, voting yes. Senator Linehan, voting yes. Senator Lippincott, voting yes. Senator Lowe, voting yes. Senator McDonald, voting yes. Senator McKinney, voting yes. Senator Mosier, voting yes. Senator Merman, voting yes. Senator Raybold, voting yes. Senator Reapy, voting yes. Senator Sanders, voting yes. Senator Slama, voting yes. Senator Vargas, voting yes. Senator Von Gillern, voting yes. Senator Walls, voting yes. Senator Wayne, not voting. Senator Wishart, voting yes. Vote is 46 ayes, no nays, Madam President, on the motion to invoke cloture.
Motion carries. The next question is the vote to reconsider the vote to recommit to committee. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
0 ayes, 42 nays on the motion to reconsider.
The motion is not adopted. The next vote is on AM 1636. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
43 ayes, no nays on adoption of the amendment.
The amendment is adopted. Senator Ballard for motion.
Madam President, I move that LB 583 be advanced to ENR for engrossing.
You've heard the motion, colleagues. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. The motion carries. LB 583 is advanced to ENR for engrossing. Mr. Clerk, for the next item, I raise the call.
Some items quickly, Madam President. Your Committee on Judiciary, chaired by Senator Wayne, reports Legislative Bill 240-480 to general file. Additionally, amendments to be printed from Senator Clements to LB 818 and 814. Notice committee hearing from the Education Committee. New LR 136 from Senator McDonald and others. That'll be referred to the Executive Board. Returning to the agenda, Madam President, LB 813. First of all, Senator, I have ENR amendments.
Senator Ballard for a motion.
Madam President, I move the ENR amendments to LB 813 be adopted.
Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. ENR is a debatable motion. And so the budget is, this is a priority bill and speaker major proposal. So it works a little bit differently. Are we on 813, right? Yeah, 813. Okay, so the speaker gets to order the amendments and the motions on this. And so I have, now if I have amendments to E and R, I see. I get it now. So I have a motion pending or an amendment pending. So will that go on? Do we adopt ENR and then amend the ENR? I'm just talking out loud here to myself. I have a floor amendment pending and it's an amendment to ENR. And so I don't know, do we adopt the ENR and then go to the amendment? I'm getting a head nod that yes, that is what we do. But ENR is a debatable motion. So here we are debating the motion. Here's my debate. I support ENR, generally speaking. I just have some amendments I want to make to it. So we adopt the ENR and then we've got some amendments to make to the ENR and we go from there. Oh, I see Senator Clements has amendments pending as well. His amendments are probably going to go before my amendments because his is an actual amendment and mine is a floor amendment. And generally speaking, my experience so far with the budget is that the speaker has ordered the actual amendments before the floor amendments. I think partially is because if you have an actual amendment drafted, you maybe have spent some time in it and it might be of substance. And a floor amendment is generally not going to have as much substance to it because you have to write it on a motion pad. So there you go. Yeah. So here we are, ENR. All right. Madam President, how much time do I have left?
2 minutes and 35 seconds.
Terrific. Well, got the goal of the last bill, got it moved forward without anything getting attached. Kudos to everyone all around. Didn't attach anything to a bill. I remember now earlier, Senator Hunt was asking about the first bill on the agenda and why some people didn't vote for it. And Senator Clements, I wanted to correct the record because you said that there was 25 bills in the package. You were close to correct, but according to the handout from Senator Merman on LB 705, there are 21 bills in the package. I don't know if that 4-bill discrepancy makes a difference as to whether or not that's too many bills to vote for in one package or not, but there are 21 bills in LB 705, not 25. I still would say, I agree with you, Senator Clements, that is a lot of bills in one package. But, that's sort of the theme of this year, right? To just do a lot of things. So, okay. So we got, this is, oh gosh, what is this? This provisions change. Is this the debt? Is this the debt bill? This is the deficit spending. I'm like debt, that's not the right word. Deficit spending bill. Okay, and there's a committee statement introduced by the speaker, explanation of the amendments. The amendment reflects the appropriation committee recommendation for funding adjustments in the current FY 22-23. Please refer to State of Nebraska FY 23-24 and FY 24-25 biennium budget as proposed by the Appropriations Committee, 108th Legislature, first session, published May 2023. All right. Beginning on page 73. It doesn't say this, but on page 73, I assume of the Martian. Adjustment of current year 22-23 appropriations for a detailed Thank you, Margaret. Detailed discussion of the committee amendments. The amendment contains the emergency clause. Cool. All right, there we go. There's an emergency clause. What? That means it takes effect immediately instead of 90 days or something after session.
Time, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Day, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. I am going to go back to the larger conversation about understanding our jobs in here and continuing to discuss some of these philosophies that are put forth in the whole philanthropy concept from Chicago Beyond. So the next page reads, consciousness requires noticing and examining the perceptions, assumptions, and dynamics that inform our individual and organizational beliefs and practices. Being conscious requires us to see differently and bring awareness to our own biases and assumptions as well as our interconnectedness. Connectedness requires engaging with all individuals and communities as full and complete, deserving of respect and engagement as humans. With, not for, results in us standing in solidarity with our partners. And they go on to talk about how this orientation shows up in their work. We try to apply this orientation in all that we do. At Chicago Beyond, one of the key goals for measuring the impact of our investments is our ability to hold ourselves accountable for our actions, for us to be conscious of the consequences of our actions. It also allows us to learn as an organization and shape our future strategy. The big impact question is how and to what degree have our actions created the conditions so that all young people, regardless of their zip code, have the opportunity to achieve their fullest human potential. Let's see, the details behind our impact philosophy. 1, how we should measure impact. Prioritize what's important instead of searching for the perfect answer. Because we believe this work is incredibly urgent, lives are literally at stake. Instead of optimizing for the most comprehensive impact measurement, we try to prioritize sources of information that will enable us to learn and move quickly in response. 2, focus on the key questions to answer over the easy metrics to measure. Because we believe the most important insights are not always easily measurable. Instead of starting with the measures that are easy to count or countable at all, we try to begin with the questions that could show us how well we are serving young people, then attempt to answer them with the data available. 3, center voices closest to the work. Because we believe young people should be at the center of everything we do, instead of only using our own perspectives and third-party observers such as researchers, we try to find authentic ways to center the perspective of young people and the people that work closest to them, such as our partners. 4, what we should measure. Our role in the context of an ecosystem of actors and historical conditions, because we believe in assessing impact, we, not our partners, should be the object of learning, i.e. the ones being evaluated. Instead of summing the impact of the work of our partners or assessing partner performance as our own impact, we try to understand how our actions contribute to the impact we notice in the context of other actors. 5, both intended outcomes and unintended consequences. Because we believe positive intent does not automatically equal impact that meaningfully helps, instead of only considering positive outcomes, we try to consider the unintended consequences or costs of our actions, e.g., the cost in organizational time for an early stage organization to complete an investment proposal, and change our behavior as a result, e.g., co-creating investment proposals with potential partner organizations. 6, The messy and complex, because we believe human beings and the environments we live in are extraordinarily complex. Instead of synthesizing our impact into a few clean key metrics, we try to consider the holistic, multidimensional impact of our investment, even if messy. Specifically, this means considering things like non-financial investment.
Time, Senator.
Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Day. Senator Clements, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. It has been mentioned that this LB 813 is the deficit bill, and that means that it's affecting this current fiscal year, 2023, which ends June 30th of 23. The details on that, I believe, are on page 74. Let's look here. In the Martian Green book, yeah. Yes, it has 2023 adjustments for all funds, and the total of that is on page 78, $32,134,000. We discussed briefly before. It's Health and Human Services has some IT software expenses. They had a claim for a contract termination. Those were the main items in here as far as general funds go. And let's see here. Oh yes, corrections needed 24 million for employee salary increases for increase in pay, plus hiring additional several hundred more employees. And so those were the major items in this, where agencies didn't have authority to spend as much money as they needed, and they're needing it before July 1. And so that's the major highlights of LB 813, and I encourage your support. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Clements. Senator Conrad, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. I think Senator Clements did a great job of providing a top lines overview of LB 813, which typically is, well, not by number, but this measure is a typical part of the budget train where you have kind of a mainline budget bill, various constitutionally required salary bills, you have your cash transfer bill, capital construction, and then a deficit appropriation. That's kind of a very cursory overview of what the budgetary package typically looks like. So in looking at the budget adjustments in 813, I would again not want to paint with too broad a brush, but typically these provisions in this part of the budget bill usually are the least controversial in comparison to what's contained in a main line or a cash transfer or even capital construction perhaps. These are really more about making some adjustments in terms of existing appropriations. And so it's good to have something perhaps that's less contentious than some of the other facets and features of the overall budget proposal. So because some of the key items listed in LB 813 touch upon higher education, touch upon corrections, and touch upon housing, those were three areas that I was hoping to spend a little bit more time discussing and debating this afternoon and into this evening, because they're such critical components of the work before us in the Nebraska Legislature. So just wanted to kind of flag my thinking in regards to those three main issues that are contained in 813. I'm not planning to put up any amendments in regards to what's put forward in LB 813 at this point in time, but I do think if we have some time together this evening and this afternoon, it would be good to have a broader and deeper debate, record and dialogue about our approach to higher education funding, about what the implications for our budget might be in regards to the Department of Corrections when we have a lack of criminal justice reform and a mass incarceration and racial injustice crisis in this country and in this state, and how that ends up costing the taxpayer significantly, including in the deficit appropriations. And then wanted to talk a little bit about some of, I think, the exciting adjustments in regards to providing more access and opportunity to expand affordable housing that I know my friend Senator Vargas and my friend Senator Breezy have really been working diligently to bring a lot of leadership to those affordable housing issues this session, and many other senators, including myself, are appreciative and a part of those efforts. So number one, I guess we'll maybe just start on higher education. It's no secret to anybody that knows me, I am a proud alum of the University of Nebraska, including its College of Law. I would put my education at the University of Nebraska up against anybody's education any day of the week. I think not only does it provide an incredible set of educational outcomes, it was transformative in my life. Thank you, Madam President. And it also is an incredible value. Being a land-grant university, we have an important obligation to ensure that high-quality public education, higher education is affordable and accessible to all citizens. And typically, our budgetary approach tries to provide some equity and parity for how we treat higher education funding at the university, state colleges, and community colleges when it makes sense to, recognizing the importance of higher education in this state, which again has been a generational point of pride and should continue to be so. I would have liked to see in the mainline budget bill a greater emphasis on providing additional resources to our institutions of higher education to keep tuition affordable.
Senator.
Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Conrad. Senator Vargas, you're recognized.
Thank you very, very much, Madam President. A couple items I wanted to talk about. So for some of those individuals that are not on appropriations, I know Chairman Clements was sharing a little bit more about the process. We are making adjustments to this current biennium budget. And this is good education for the public and for members that are newer to this, which is going to be, as you're looking at the bills that you're passing, is you're looking at items that different agencies are working on. This is our opportunity to address them. Sometimes different agencies come to us and tell us, look, we asked for too much money and we are going to claw back some of those funds because we don't need it. It's going to be unspent. So sometimes that happens in these deficit requests. Sometimes, obviously, they're also asking for more money because of different issues in regards to staff, in regards to PSL, in regards to additional funds needing to go to different subject matter, which I'll talk about here in a second. And what's important about this is when we are making these adjustments, we are adjusting them. We're also affecting the base funding for a lot of these items, but they are pressing needs that come to us. And next year, if you introduce appropriations bills, there'll be budget deficit requests that will be coming in the mid-biennium budget as well. Keep that in mind. That we'll also be taking up. That'll make adjustments to the budget that we pass this year once we get to that. And cross my fingers that we get to the budget, actually passing it through the last final round. But it's a couple items that I want to make sure to call out because I think they're important. As Senator Conrad mentioned, we've had a need to better invest in our corrections, so we're making additional investments into the salary negotiations that were passed this year. Some of these are retroactive funds that we're putting towards it. Has substantial change in the way that we've been hiring. We had a lot of vacancies. If you were looking at 2-3 years ago, we would have about $21 million in unspent carryover appropriations in our Department of Corrections in terms of salary. And we have substantially decreased that, been filling FTEs. The reason that's important is because it's not just for correction staff. When you're thinking about officers, this is also for the mental health supports and behavioral health supports and medical supports within the correction system. The other important thing that we do, which we also do in the mainline budget, but we're doing here in terms of budget adjustments, has to do with the state colleges. It'll probably pain many people to hear that one of the issues that we had is many of our adjunct professors, even in our state colleges, were severely underpaid to the point where it was more lucrative for an individual to work at a Costco or work at a different company than it would be to teach a course at our state colleges. The reimbursement or what they're getting paid for the credit hours of time they're putting together was not making it competitive for people to actually be teaching in our state college system. It's something that we are addressing here in terms of the adjunct pay within the state college system for this year. That's going to carry over into next year, but we increase that because we want to make sure that these institutions of higher education have the staff and the people they need to be able to educate our next generation workforce. As you mentioned, Senator Conrad, about the affordable housing, we have seen an increased demand in investing in home ownership and affordable housing. One of the things that we saw we increase in here is the ability to be able to utilize more cash funds. We've had more requests and more need of some of these carryover of contracts through the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, so increasing it by an additional $10 million. Make sure that we can actually get out the funds to necessary projects that are in contract across the state, which is incredibly important. And overall, the increases that we do for technology also within DHHS are incredibly important as well. Colleagues, I urge you to support this bill. And I also provide this as education. We are continuing to do work to make sure that we are level setting with agencies to make sure they're fiscally responsible, telling us when they need more, telling them when we need less, cutting when we need to, where we can be more effective and efficient. And I'm also hoping that the bill that we pass within the mainline budget, the language and the funding with making sure we're making government more efficient and doing some more of the audit processes will help us to save more money within our state budget here in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Vargas. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. I was standing here because I knew I was going to be next, and then I spaced out and didn't get all my wonderful documents up here. I got all my budget stuff, got the Green Martian here, and it said page 70 something when I was reading the committee statement. Page 76. Page 76 in the Martian. Yes, it does have the table 32. I remember I skipped over reading this on general file. I was reading page 75. I rolled on into page 76 and I was like, I am not reading this table. But it is kind of the substance of this bill. It breaks out what we got in this bill, LB 813. So if people are interested and you've got the Martian, go to page 76 and it will break out like adjustments and funding sources. We got the agency, then the program, the issue, like elections personnel, that's under, no surprise, Secretary of State. Treasurer training, that's under the auditor. DAS purchasing assessment, that's under education. Interesting, there's a whole bunch under education. And then PSC, Shift Grain Department General Cash Fund. What is that? I'm curious. So then it has the agency, the program, the issue, then general funds, cash funds, federal funds, REV, reserve, revenue, revolving. Sorry, I was phoning a friend and they were telling me, but I am hard of hearing. And PSL, which I know stands for something with personnel. Yeah, you got to shrug. Yeah, maybe. Sort of. You're on the right track. So the PSC, Program 54, which we could look up what Program 54 is under the PSC. Wait a second. Let's go to our directory of programs. This is the program song. It's the directory of programs. Okay, so agency is Public Service Commission. Where is that agency? See, it doesn't have the agency number. It has the program number, but not the agency. No, wait, no, 14. Jeez, cheese and crackers. Here we go. Program, agency, 14, program 54, page 120. I love a good index, or this is not an index, this is a glossary, table of contents. Glossary is terms. Table of contents. I love a good table of contents. I also love a good index and a good glossary. I love them all. All very useful. Once you understand how to utilize them, they are very useful. Okay, Program 54, Grain Shift, Department General Funds. So
1 minute.
Thank you. Program 54 of the Public Service Commission, Agency 14, is the enforcement of standards common carriers. Program purpose, the commission regulates service of the following industries: grain warehouses and grain dealers, household goods, goods movers, and passenger transportation. Oh my gosh, Madam President, remember when we had that bill on goods movers? That was a real riveting one in transportation. Telecommunications, automatic dialing, and announcing devices. I am probably about out of time, so we'll come back to that and talk about goods movers on the next time.
Thank you, Senator Michaela Kavanaugh. Senator John Kavanaugh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. And I just would like to point out, thanks to Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, is constantly talking about the, the directory of agencies. Oh, she left. Oh, well, she's over there somewhere. I don't see her. But anyway, I did get myself one. So you all have that opportunity to get things. So you have more information, resources. But I actually wanted to talk a little bit. Senator Conrad was talking about college affordability. And first I want to say I really appreciate Senator Vargas, a member of the committee, getting up and kind of walking through some of the processes, things, and what some of these things mean. And that is helpful context for those of us who are not on the committee. So I appreciate that. But last night I was talking about, found a couple of these data sources that help put things in context. And I thought I would share the Midwest Higher Education Compact, again, from last night. So it's we are members, the state of Nebraska is members, and their website is www.mhec.org, and then they have /dashboard. And so I'm looking at net prices, and this is the net price of 1 year of full-time enrollment for families with median household income. So this is the cost of 1 year of going to college, and you can break it down by the whole country, and you can see states and things. So I just did Nebraska and then every state around us. So in 2020, the cost of going to 1 year of a 4-year institution in the state of Nebraska is, for median income family, $17,713. And so that, they say here, that includes tuitions, fees, books, supplies, room and board. So that's just basically the whole package. So Nebraska, again, $17,713. And then our surrounding neighbors, South Dakota, $20,090. Wyoming, $15,178. Where are we here? Missouri, 12,958. So, that's pretty affordable in Missouri, but then again, you have to live in Missouri. So, Kansas, 18,312. Iowa, 18,948. And Colorado, 20,305. And the national average, 18,208. So, the state of Nebraska is basically right on par with the national average. We're about a couple $100 cheaper. The national average. We're more expensive than Missouri and Wyoming, but actually more affordable for four-year institution than South Dakota, Kansas, Iowa, and Colorado. So that's our four-year cost in the year 2020. Back in 2009, we were basically, let's see, it looks like we were only more expensive than Wyoming. So we've lost a little distance, but Missouri really, man, in the intervening 11 years, Missouri went from in-state tuition 15,205 to 12,958. I'd be curious what they've done in Missouri to be able to shift that burden. I mean, because that's including inflation. So the actual cost is down. The dollar amount cost is down, but obviously there's inflation. But everybody else, every other state has gone up in those intervening 11 years. So that's interesting. And then we have two-year institution, Nebraska, 10,933 in the year 2020, 9,360 in the year 2009. So haven't gone up that much. And relative to our neighbors, looks like Missouri is more affordable than us. We're about on par with Wyoming. We're on par with the national average again. And we are less expensive than South Dakota, Kansas, Iowa, and Colorado. So fairly competitive on both tuition, whole package tuition for both 2-year and 4-year colleges.
One minute.
Thank you, Madam President. But so Senator Conrad made me think about that because, of course, we should continue to strive. And obviously it's possible because we see our neighbor to the southeast, Missouri, who I, of course, was only making good fun at their expense by saying I didn't want to live there. But that they're near us and they have been able to decrease the total package cost of tuition for their 4-year colleges in the last 11 years. So that might be something to look at and see how they achieved that. But I'll push my light and talk a little bit more about some other issues in this section of the budget. But thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator John Kavanaugh. Senator Conrad, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. Again, good afternoon, almost good evening, colleagues. I wanted to continue my thoughts in regards to higher education funding, and before I have a chance to turn attention to components in this measure in relation to corrections and in relation to housing. I guess just at the outset, I just want to be really clear and candid about why I was very eager to return to the Appropriations Committee after having served there for 8 years in my prior terms of service. I really appreciated the opportunity to be able to impact so many different areas of public policy. I found it incredibly informative and invigorating and very meaningful. But I also am proud to represent a community where the state's flagship university makes its home in North Lincoln. And so I have both City Campus and East Campus in my district. And not only was that institution transformative in terms of my life, it is critical in terms of the interests of my district and the Lincoln community as a whole, and what I believe is a top priority for the state as well. So it's great to be able to have opportunities to provide leadership on education policy, including higher education policy, as a member of the Education Committee. But there's nothing that perhaps equates as much as being able to direct resources to set our state's priorities. And I really wanted to return to that work because I feel like there is not a significant emphasis on ensuring that our institutions of higher education have the resources that they need to keep tuition affordable. When we talk about tuition affordability for families that aren't struggling to make ends meet, The university, our state colleges, our community colleges provide an incredible value. And not only do they educate generations of Nebraskans and prepare them to be productive and engaged global citizens, but they also conduct incredible research and development and innovation across a host of disciplines to advance our understanding of our world and to bring new ideas, new materials, new products to our lives, to try and enhance our lives, our businesses in this state and beyond. And the return on investment from state investments to our institutions of higher education in terms of dollar for dollar, what we see as that return or multiplier effect is considerable. I think there is a disturbing trend in Nebraska and across our sister states where you see the trend lines, in my opinion, really moving in the wrong direction. You see an evisceration of general fund support for institutions of higher education over a period of years. And that just puts more pressure on universities to make tough calls in terms of cutting critical research, critical programs, critical opportunities for learning, and or increasing tuition. And what concerns me most for my district and for working families across Nebraska is that every dollar that, thank you, Mr. President, that we aren't investing in higher education, that's going to put more pressure on tuition rates. And for some of those families that are making those tough calls and looking beyond graduation to figure out the next steps, by not doing our part to be a strong partner with our university, we're becoming increasingly and dangerously close to pricing a quality public education out of reach for a lot of Nebraska families. And that hurts individuals and it hurts our shared goals towards building prosperity in the state of Nebraska as well, and limits our ability to draw down critical research and development dollars and to do more in our institutions of higher learning with innovation as well. So if you look at the trend lines, you can see they're moving in the wrong direction. I know that's more an aspect for the mainline budget, but it is touched upon in this deficit appropriation.
Time, Senator.
Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Conrad. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm so happy that Senator John Cavanaugh was looking at the LFO directory. I hope my love of these documents has become infectious. Oh, they're growing. They're populating on the floor here. Senator Raybould also has her directories. Anybody else have their LFO directory? Whew, this is exciting stuff. My goodness. Okay, so let's continue on here. So that was the shift grain, increase PSL and aid to NUSF. So that is again the PSC and it is program 686. Let's see here. 686 is the Universal Fund. So we already know, but I'll read it anyways. To support and provide aid under the following programs: broadband adoption program, NTAP, telehealth, high cost areas, and E-rate special construction matching funds. Cool. That's the operations, and then there's the aid. Provide assistance and reimbursement to vendors who meet stated guidelines and qualifications. We had a lot of conversation about that yesterday. Refresh hardware, that's the DHHS. DHHS has got a lot. State claim payment, that is, okay, so this is on page 77 of the Martian. You can see the 5.5 million in general funds, and it's money put into the general funds and then taken out of the general funds. It's put into the general funds, that's taken out of the general funds. Wonder, So that does raise the question. This is for members of the committee. I think I know the answer to it, but I'll ask it anyways. So this bill is just the transfer of the funds within general. The mainline budget is where we take, but wouldn't we have to take the money out of behavioral health aid in this budget? This is the deficit bill. Thank you. Also, love the jacket. It's crushed red velvet. It's amazing. And I'm cold, so now it also looks like super cozy. All right, thank you. That's very helpful. I'd say your name, but people will start thinking I'm talking about myself. Fiscal analyst whose name happens to be Michaela, spelled differently, but yeah. Okay, so then we got state colleges, real estate appraisers, health insurance costs, public accountancy, DAS, Microsoft license cost increase, DAS technology fee network rate, DED increase for Affordable Housing Trust Fund, great. DED increase for Site and Building Development Fund. That is program 72 or agency 72. Agency 72. Just that's not in the, this one only goes to 32. Goodness gracious. All right. Agency,
1 minute.
Thank you. Agency 72. Can I get to it fast enough? Who knows? The clock is on. Can she find the page in the table of contents? 72. I did find 72, and it is 603, which is on page 630. I'm racing against the clock here. I got there, whether I can read it or not. It's just business development, total operations, and state aid. I guess I got it under the wire. Whew. Wasn't that, I mean, people say that this is must-see reality TV, and I would say that what we just witnessed right now in me using the table of contents in under a minute is the epitome of must-see TV. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Michaela Kavanaugh. Senator John Kavanaugh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. So I'm talking about the colleges and affordability on the last time of the mic. And that's, we're talking about 813 and I guess the E&R amendments, but part of it is state college adjustments to the 3 deficit items for the following general fund appropriations expenses: adjuncts pay $423,515. I heard Senator Vargas talk about how we've had people who could make more money by working at Costco or in retail than they could as an adjunct, and so people were choosing to do that. So of course we were not valuing people for the value they brought, and that was getting, the response was exactly what you would expect. If you don't value people, they're not going to do the thing you ask them to do. So I appreciate that we're working towards increasing adjunct pay, and that will help out. As Senator Conrad said, she has the great honor of representing both the campuses here in Lincoln. I can't remember what they are, North Campus and East Campus? City and East, I guess. I've been to the ice cream store there. Took my kids there once. It was a lot of fun. They had the sweet corn flavored ice cream, which I would recommend, actually. It's very good, surprisingly. But I have the great honor of representing the University of Nebraska Omaha, both its Dodge Street campus and its Exarban campus. And I also represent the University of Nebraska Medical Center. So I have 2 of our fine flagship universities, I guess not the flagship university, but 2 of our state universities in my district, and a number of professors, both adjunct and otherwise, live in my district, and even more students and at the University of Nebraska Omaha, and medical students and folks doing their residency live in my district. And I've talked about many times, residents living on both sides of me in my neighborhood. So I do appreciate us making sure that we're we are appreciating our faculty, adjunct faculty. And then we have insurance, 176,000, and general inflation, 735,604. I think that's an interesting one in light of what I talked about in the last time on the mic. General inflation, $735,000 over 1 year, whereas I talked about the state of Missouri in the last 11 years has been able to, in face of inflation, go from 15,205 to 12,958 is the total package cost of four-year universities for their students, which is, again, impressive. I haven't had an opportunity to look up and see why that is. The state of Missouri has been able to decrease the total package cost, which, again, total package cost includes not just tuition, but fees, books, supplies, room, and board. So did they figure out how to decrease the cost of room and board? Did they figure out how to decrease the cost of books? I doubt it. Did they figure out how to decrease the cost of supplies? Probably not. Fees? I bet not. So it's got to be tuition or room and board are probably the two big ticket items that they figured out in Missouri. But again, in the face of inflation over 11 years, they've decreased the tuition cost. In Nebraska, on the other hand, our tuition total package has gone from 13,000 to 17,000. So we've gone basically in the opposite direction. We crossed like ships in the night, state of Missouri and state of Nebraska for our total package in state tuition. And last night when I was talking about on the NOG, Nebraska Opportunity Grants.
1 minute.
Thank you, Madam President. Paid out of the lottery funds and the community college grants that we have, folks who are much more likely to graduate in 4 years for community college, 6 years for 4-year college, if they have more financial support. And of course, then graduate, increase their what they can provide for the state in terms of their economic contribution to the economic engine of the state and their broader contributions, their ability to earn a living and all those things. So, it's important that we make sure we make college affordable so people can, go to college if that's the right thing for them and move on to a career in whatever their field of choosing is and contribute to our state. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator John Kavanaugh. Senator Conrad, you're recognized, and this is your third opportunity.
Thank you, Madam President. Again, good evening, colleagues. Just wanted to provide a couple of additional notes in regards to our approach and our vision for funding higher education in the state of Nebraska as reflected in the budget train that's before us with the it's maybe 813 through 818. Have to go back and triple check if that's the right array of numbers, but it's pretty close there too. So in the mainline budget, the Appropriations Committee decided to not fully fund the university's requested increase, but did kind of forge a middle ground between what the Pillen administration had put forward in regards to their budget proposal. So we ended up essentially with, I think, about a 2.5% increase to the university. And to be clear, that's better than 2 or better than 0. But we can't divorce that modest increase in state support for our institution of one of our most prominent institutions of higher education in Nebraska from a couple of key facts. One, we know that inflation and inflationary pressures really come to bear on the institution's budget as well. So they're grappling with inflation just like state government, state agencies, and families and businesses across Nebraska are as well. So that modest increase barely even keeps pace with inflation, which makes it ever the more difficult for them to carry out their important and unique mission. Additionally, generally speaking, as I understand it, that 2.5% increase in state funding equates rather directly to about a 5% increase in tuition for students in Nebraska. And again, knowing that a lot of families who are kind of struggling and on the edge and trying to make those decisions about where to chart their future in terms of higher education and their career. We know that by putting that 5% increase in tuition, that's going to continue to put a lot of pressure on students who pay for college themselves and families who are saving to put their kids through school as well. Now, that being said, the university has developed a very thoughtful, very innovative, very exciting program called, I believe it's called Nebraska Promise, in line and well aligned with their unique mission as a land-grant university to ensure access to higher education for families, I think making $65,000 or less. I think that's the metrics for eligibility in the Nebraska Promise program at this point in time. So that program has been widely popular. It has been expanded under President Carter's leadership and the Board of Regents. And I think that's something that's very exciting to my district, our community in Lincoln, and the state as a whole. But I do just want to make sure that we're thinking about how these budgetary pressures impacting higher education are being swallowed up by inflation, how that very, very modest increase does in fact directly equate to 5% increase on state tuition, which will hit a lot of families at the kitchen table and in their wallet as well. And this all comes, colleagues, at a time of unprecedented economic prosperity. There's no reason to take this kind of meager approach, thank you, Madam President, to funding our institutions of higher education, which are engines for economic development. And this isn't just my opinion. Brian Sloan at the Nebraska Chamber has spoken eloquently and powerfully and passionately about the importance the university plays in addressing our workforce challenges and being an economic driver and engine for the state. So I really am deeply concerned by the modest amount of funding for the university and higher education as a whole in our budget, but I am glad to see some increase. I am glad to see a tuition benefit for state employees to attend our community colleges. And I do hope that we can continue the conversation to ensure robust funding for one of the proudest institutions in the state. Thank you, Mr. President. Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Conrad. Senator John Kavanaugh, you're recognized, and this is your third opportunity.
Thank you, Madam President. I appreciate Senator Conrad's comments about the university. We apparently would two lovers of the public university system here in the state of Nebraska. I think there's another senator that represents the other public university, and of course there's public state colleges, community colleges, things like that are higher ed, deserve some love as well. But I was sitting here curiosity about how Missouri had accomplished that decrease, and so just Googled basically how did Missouri decrease their college costs, and there's an article from July 19th, 2021, Missouri governor signs bill removing public college tuition cap. So, it basically sounds like they had a cap on college tuition, so maybe that was the answer. Missouri's public colleges will be able to hike tuition as much as they'd like starting in July 2022, after the state's governor signed a bill last week removing the cap. Currently, Missouri's public schools can only raise tuition on certain students to keep up with inflation or compensate for state funding cuts. The new law also includes other measures that affect higher education in the state, including giving college athletes the ability to profit from their name, image, likeness. We've already done that here in Nebraska. It looks like it was simply that they were committed to not increasing tuition, which Senator Conrad just talked about, the Nebraska Promise, which I think is an exciting program. Making sure that people can afford to go to college is a big deal, right? College isn't for everybody. We want to make sure that everybody, doesn't go to college just because they feel like they should, which is what, we've historically done. And so I think we've gotten better at that. But we have a lot of great programs at our community colleges as well for people who don't want to go to a four-year college. Some people don't want to go to community college or a four-year college. And so that's okay too. but we want to make sure for those folks who do want to pursue a 4-year degree or 2-year degree that they're able to afford that and that they don't become, saddled with that debt for a long time. And so I always point out I graduated from undergrad 20 years ago, actually, maybe even 20 years ago this week. What is this? Say May 9th? I might have graduated 20 years ago today. I have to look that up. But anyway, still paying student loans. I'm still paying for my higher education because I borrowed money to go to college. And I went, again, graduated 20 years ago. So when I went, my undergraduate degree costs $19,000 a year plus room and board and things like that. And if you were to go to a similar school at this point, I bet you it costs $40,000 a year. And so somebody goes, they borrow money for that, and they're going to be in debt probably for the 20 years after they graduate as well. But anyway, those sorts of things obviously puts college out of reach of certain people for financial reasons. But if you manage to borrow the money, pay for the school, then you have to pay that back over those years. And of course, that pushes you back in terms of when you buy a house. I didn't buy a house until I'd more than 10 years after I graduated from college. When you start a family, again, didn't start a family until 10 years after I graduated from college. It delays those sort of big milestones in life because you don't achieve that stability that you feel you need or you want to make sure that you can afford that. And part of that has to do with the fact that college is expensive. And so we want people to buy houses. We certainly want people, if they want to have a family, to be able to do that. We want to encourage all of those sorts of things in this state. And one way, thank you, Madam President, one way we can do that is to invest in our colleges. We invest in this particular section. We're investing in adjunct professors. We're investing in insurance. We're covering interest or inflation. But we're investing in these to make sure that our students going to our state universities are getting a high quality education from both adjunct and regular faculty. I guess I don't know the word, but having an opportunity to get a high quality education and trying to keep that cost within reach of all Nebraskans so they can choose to go to the university either in Omaha or Lincoln or Kearney or one of the state colleges, and they can get out without too much debt keeping them from all of those big milestones in life. But so that's the answer is Missouri had a cap on tuition.
Time, Senator.
Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator John Kavanaugh. Senator Erdman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. Good afternoon. I listened to Senator Conrad speak about the university and about how difficult it is with inflation and how they're going to have to raise tuition 5%. Man, that's terrible. Can't believe it. So let me give you a little information. The university's cash position on December 31st was $275 million. The day that we made the decision on the 2.5% increase, that cash position had increased to $292 million in about 3.5 months. That 0.5% that we give them above the 2% was about 18 million. And they say they have to raise tuition by 5%. No clue why. I would assume that when you have that kind of cash infusion but in 3 months, you ought to be able to sustain the current tuition you have. So don't feel sorry for the university. They're doing just fine. And they're going to have to make serious cuts. That won't happen. They don't need to. I wasn't in favor of giving them 2.5%. I thought with the cash infusion they had in that short of a period of time, that they'd been able to make it on 2% or less. But the committee decided to be 2.5%, and so that's what it is. So all of you listening, don't worry about the university. They're going to be open tomorrow. There'll be students attending. There'll be teachers in class, professors. Everything's going to be okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Erdman. Senator Dungan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. And thank you, colleagues. I do rise to talk a little bit more about LB 813. I have not had a chance to be on the floor as much this evening. I actually was meeting with a class from UNL. It's a class where they actually write some legislation and they propose it to you, and they had some really fantastic ideas. And I thought about going through some of those ideas right now, but I will hold off and talk a little bit more about 813. But I'm very excited about the future and some of the things the kids were proposing. Not kids, the people proposed to me. But I didn't get much of a chance to participate in some of the earlier conversations regarding 813. And so I wanted to take a chance just to kind of talk about some of those things, because it did spark a couple of thoughts that I had and some questions that I had with regards to what we're talking about here. So in listening to my roommate, Senator Kavanaugh, go through some of the things that are part of the 2022-2023 adjustments, I opened up the Martian Green budget book here and I went through some of that. And one of the things that's being talked about in here that I genuinely don't know if has been discussed yet, but I wanted to bring it up, is the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. And so the specific appropriation, or the difference in finances here, says an increase of $10 million in cash funds for the remainder of the fiscal year to award additional contracts through the state's Affordable Housing Trust Fund program. The Affordable Housing Trust Fund was created in 1996, with it resembling its current form through LB 864 and 97. It receives 95 cents for each $1,000 value or fraction thereof on grantors executing deeds, referred to as the documentary stamp tax. Due to a higher than anticipated increase in real estate activity, the fund balance has exceeded its forecasts. In order to issue more housing contracts, the Appropriations Committee approved the department's deficit request to expend an additional $10 million of its cash fund balance. The reason I highlight that is one of the things that we know is integral to not just retaining people in Nebraska, but I think also recruiting people, specifically young families, is having a wide breadth of housing available. And one thing that I know from speaking with developers and from speaking to people who work in the housing area is that you can't just have a single faceted way of addressing the housing problem. You have to address it in various forms. And what I mean by that is, we have to ensure, first of all, that there is affordable housing available. And in the hearings that we've had that I've heard, that I was privy to, there's always the question, what is affordable housing? I'm not going to get into the definition of that, but there are industry-defined terminologies of what workforce housing is, what affordable housing is. And then when you have that conversation of affordable housing, it takes a step back. And I think when you talk to people, they say, yeah, but is that actually affordable? Can just people on the street actually afford a house? It's a larger conversation. Happy to get into that with convo with anybody who'd like to talk about that. But we know that one possible solution to the housing crisis is creating more affordable housing. On top of that, we have to create more workforce housing, which falls into a different income bracket. And then frankly, colleagues, we also just have to encourage more housing in general. Part of the issue that we see all the time with housing is that there's not enough of it. And if there's not enough of it, then the people who could potentially afford maybe some more expensive housing go in and they purchase the less expensive housing, thereby driving up the costs of the housing in the neighborhood around them. And that's one of the many reasons you start to see gentrification. And so one of the things that we've seen here in Lincoln is that there's an absolute necessity for more housing. And you're seeing an expansion of housing northeast, southeast, all around. And I hear the complaint sometimes, thank you, Mr. President, that there's not enough affordable housing. And I absolutely agree with that. So one thing that I think Nebraska did, which I applaud them for back in 1996, was create this Affordable Housing Trust Fund. The problem is if the Affordable Housing Trust Fund is not accessible, then the people who are actually trying to utilize the trust fund to build new housing can't actually get the benefit of the money that's being set aside. So one of the bills that I brought this year, I can't remember the number off the top of my head, to be honest with you, 601, 605, but it was a bill that did two main things. One, it opened up access to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund to community development financial instruments, CDFIs. And CDFIs, I can get into more of a definition of that in a second, currently don't have access, I don't believe, to get grants from the Affordable Housing Trust Fund.
Time, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Duncan, you're next in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. President. And so this legislation sought to open up or allow CDFIs to apply for grants, specifically in Lincoln at this point, to have access to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. And then it also sought to infuse a certain amount of money into that Affordable Housing Trust Fund to be granted to the CDFIs. So the big question is, what is a CDFI? What is a community development financial instrument institution? What it ultimately is it is a lending institution that receives certification at the federal level that is able to provide money either to developers who are attempting to create more affordable housing. It can help be a facet of the funding that they're trying to access there. Or CDFIs can also provide essentially unsecured microloans to individuals who need a little bit more help to bridge the gap in order to actually get a mortgage or be able to afford a house. Now, where that comes into play is we also know that historically there are certain populations that have been, through various practices, denied access to housing. And CDFIs are just another sort of piece of the puzzle of fixing some of that systemic inequity. What we know is that CDFIs have worked. We know that they provide that additional funding both to individuals as well as to the developers. And we know that they get large returns on the investment. So according to all of the experts that I spoke to here in Lincoln, if we were to fund, for example, a CDFI here in Lincoln and provide $10 million for that, they anticipate and they estimate that at a minimum, you're likely to see $60 million return on that investment. And one estimate from somebody I talked to is $90 million. And that's through various leveraging of that funds. And there's other various parts of it that I don't have to get into right now on the mic. But what I'm getting at is that CDFIs are an integral component in the affordable housing problem. Now, they're not just the solution. There is no silver bullet. If there was, I'm sure we would have done it a long time ago. But I do know that CDFIs are one of the many things that can be utilized to ensure that there is more access to affordable housing and to ensure that there is more affordable housing being built. Ultimately, I'm saddened to say there wasn't the money maybe this time around for my CDFI bill. And I understand there's a lot of things that didn't make the cut with regards to the budget. My hope is that we can continue to have conversations about providing access to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund for CDFIs, possibly continuing to work on creating that grant program. And so I do believe there's going to be options moving forward. But I wanted to take a moment, just because I looked at that, to talk about CDFIs and affordable housing. I do want to applaud this budget for including in it, the larger budget, for including in it money for workforce housing. I know that Senators Breezy and Senator Vargas have made it a main issue of theirs to pair in a nonpartisan, bipartisan effort to determine best ways to get more affordable housing. And going through this budget, despite the fact that I did have some questions about the way that some things were constructed, I was very encouraged to see that there was an investment in affordable housing and in sort of that bipartisan effort to make that happen. So kudos to the committee on making that happen. The other thing I wanted to touch on briefly before I run out of time here and before our dinner break is the Department of Correctional Services is, I believe, also contained in 813. There was a increase. It says here, in addition, the committee included $12.1 million for costs related to salaries of employees, which is related to salary increases negotiated in 2021 for certain state employees at 24/7 facilities. So one of the biggest issues that we saw with DCS was a lack of employment and the lack of having those jobs filled. As far as I understand, it stretched all the way, thank you, Mr. President, from COs and guards all the way across to mental health professionals and behavioral health professionals. And my understanding is that we still have, I'm not going to call it a crisis. I don't want to alarm anybody, but we still have a lack of professionals working in DCS. But I do know that one thing they did to try to increase that employment was increase pay. And by increasing that pay, I do know they've started to abate some of that issue. People who work hard should be compensated for their money. Our state employees should absolutely be making living wages. They should absolutely have benefits. And so I want to applaud those state employees for being able to negotiate that pay increase. Surely it is going to make sure their lives are better, and it's also going to make this place a safer state by virtue of the fact that our facilities through DCS are properly staffed. And so just wanted to take a minute and point both those out. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senators, you've heard the motion to adopt the E&R amendments. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion is adopted. Mr. Clerk, for items.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Committee on Enrollment and Review reports Legislative Bill 282 is correctly engrossed and placed on final reading. Additionally, amendments to be printed from Senator Michaela Cavanaugh to LB 243 and Senator Hansen to LB 814. That's all I have this time, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Senators, the legislature will now stand at ease until 6 p.m. When we return, we will resume debate on LB 813.
Attention, Senators. The legislature is scheduled to reconvene in 5 minutes.
legislature will now resume. Mr. Clerk, next item.
Mr. President, Senator Clements would move to amend the bill with AM 1692.
Senator Clements, you are welcome to open on AM 1692.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is an amendment to LB 813, the deficit bill. In the deficit, it's regarding the Commission for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing and their funding funding for interpreting American Sign Language in rural areas or for legal purposes. The way it's currently described says that it needs to be in person, but they're being asked to go out to rural areas where they could just as well, by a Zoom call or a webinar, have their interpreter here in Lincoln and interpreting virtually or online. And so this simple amendment inserts virtual or in person or virtual. It's going to have, after in person, it adds the word virtual. And so when we wrote that originally, didn't think about that, but the Commission for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing are talking about it's hard to find an interpreter that wants to drive a long ways just to interpret one brief item. So that is all it is. It's going to add the word virtual for interpreting in rural areas and for legal communication access. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Oh, I feel like I'm about to sneeze. Sorry. Oh, I apologize. Thank you, Mr. President. So appreciate Senator Clements explaining the amendment and bringing it. I think making that clarity is really important. We do have a need for telehealth, just generally speaking, and making access to telehealth a little bit easier. But this is a little bit different when we need an interpreter and we're in those rural areas. And in HHS, we've heard this before, the issues of getting, it's expensive to have an interpreter, and you add the expense of that it must be in person. And it just really creates a barrier. And so I appreciate the change. So it strikes or virtual and inserts, or after person insert or virtual, in person or virtual. So that is an important distinction and clarity. And if I may, for a moment, tie it back to the serial Oxford comma, because that too provides clarity. So thank you for that clarity, Senator Clements. So I probably will be voting for this amendment. And just looking up, what role does an ASL sign language interpreter play for patient and medical staff? Thought it's kind of interesting to maybe dig into that a little bit more. If I'm going to be talking, I may as well talk on topic, right? Or talk about Kool-Aid. But, you know, potato, potato. Okay, so Massachusetts School of Pharmacy and Health Sciences, basic ASL for medical professionals. Patient care suffers when patients and medical professionals have poor communication. If language barriers between doctors and adult patients are not conquered, misdiagnosis and inappropriate treatment are more likely to occur. To provide effective and clear communication between medical staff and patients, a number of tools are available to assist medical professionals with providing effective communication strategies with their patients. While learning some basic ASL doesn't qualify you to be an interpreter, it does allow you to engage in conversational communication with a patient and establish a personal connection with them. Well, that's nice. There's a video that demonstrates a few signs that can help you get started with talking to deaf, hard of hearing patient. The signs in the video include where, hurt, hospital, allergy, feel, medicine, medical, history, calm, ambulance. These words can be used together to create phrases used to communicate and some other simple information to deaf patients and family members. Medical Science PDF. This link provides a PDF. Ooh, let's see what it is. So when my kids were younger than they are now and not speaking yet, at that age where they're verbal, we would do sign language in our house, just some simple basic signs. More, water, cookie was learned very quickly. And then
1 minute.
Thank you. And it helps to then, if you actually, which we did not do a good job of maintaining, but if we were to help to have maintained and expanded on learning sign language, it really would have helped in language learning as well, other language learning. It is learning a language, it is a language, but sign language helps be a reinforcement for learning other languages because you can sign and say at the same time. So just an interesting thing to think about if you're teaching your kid how to say water in one language and you sign it and you use water in another language like agua and you sign it, it reinforces visually the same meaning of two different words. So, you know, this does make me
Time,
wish.
Senator.
Thank you.
Senator John Kavanaugh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was very excited to get up and talk here because I appreciate Senator Clements's introduction, and so I looked up, the section of the bill and everything. So this is AM 1692. Make sure I'm on the right one here. It's AM 1692. Yeah, strikes after in person and inserts or virtual, and after right, in person or virtual. So this is about the interpreters. Where were we here? Commission for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing. There's included an amount shown for this program for FY 22-23, 500,000 federal funds for the purpose of supporting in-person, and then we're adding or virtual interpreting in rural areas and legal communication access. So that was the part that kind of jumped out at me because this virtual thing has obviously taken off in the last 3 years, I guess. I'd never heard the word Zoom before a little over 3 years ago, probably March of 2020. And now it's become like the Kleenex of, I don't know what other ones, but the appropriated term of Zoom, see, I just said Zoom, of video broadcasting or whatever, a communication. And so my first experience was it with Zoom or WebEx, which is another one. It was going to court via Zoom or WebEx, which I'd never done before, probably April of 2020. And that was courthouse shut down. We needed to continue going to court and things like that. And it seems like it's great. It's convenient. We were allowed, we were at a court hearing with a guy who was still at the McCook work ethic camp. That was, convenient. We didn't have to have the sheriff go out and get him, bring him back for the hearing, all those sorts of things. I've had folks who continue to, they just take a few minutes off work to go to court and things like that. So it has great benefit, of course. This program obviously recognizes that and says that we can provide these services in person or virtually. So that's a good recognition. But there is a concern when we start talking about going down the path of convenience. And so think about it in the court system is always there's this opportunity to have a court hearing in a more efficient way, saves your client time, money, saves the court resources, obviously prevents people from spreading, illness. All of those things are great. But there is good evidence to show that in some instances it's problematic. So sentencings, if you have somebody who is being sentenced for a crime, they're much more likely to get just a fairer resolution, which is, fair. You can determine fairness by what is just an appropriate sentence given the person's, personal factors, the circumstances of the crime, and the actual, offense for which they are convicted. All of those things put together, you try and find, the judge tries to find an appropriate sentence. There's good data to show all those things being equal, someone's going to get a longer sentence, so more time in prison, if it's done virtually as opposed to in person. And it's because we're all humans. We're human animals, right? And so we have some sort of, I don't know what you'd call it, anthropological reason to be perhaps more compassionate with somebody in front of you as opposed to somebody on a screen. And so there's concern about this in the interest of a rush to efficiency, having our court systems go too much down that path of virtual court hearings. And so there are some, I've certainly done a lot of, 1 minute. Thank you, Mr. President. I'll push my light so I can keep talking about this because this is a passion project of mine. But you can have certain hearings that you can do efficiently and those sorts of things. But we want to make sure we're not getting to a position where we are forcing people into having these hearings repeatedly, or having hearings that they shouldn't otherwise have virtually. So there's a lot of different hearings. Senator Duncan will probably come talk about this when he gets up here as well, because he has probably even more experience because he continued to practice more after I left than I did. But and Senator Michaela Kavanaugh's pushed her light. I could continue talking about this if you wanted to let me. But anyway, so you have, when somebody goes through the court system, maybe I'll wait until my next time to go through the whole how this works. But somebody, say they get arrested on either a felony or a misdemeanor, and they go for an arraignment. In Douglas County, at least right now, we used to, everybody would go in what we called courtroom 50, which is the Douglas County jail, and you'd have all the felonies go.
Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Wow, I didn't realize that Senator John Kavanaugh was so passionate about this, but I would happily yield you my time, Senator John Kavanaugh.
Senator Kavanaugh, 450.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate it. Well, it's just, you kind of get me, this is one of the things that I'm interested in. So, okay, you get arrested, somebody gets arrested, they get charged with a felony, they're in courtroom 50 in Douglas County. Before the pandemic, so we'll say March 1st of 2020, that person would go in front of a judge in a courtroom with 100 other folks. They would read their charges. The defense attorney might argue some mitigating circumstances about the individual, and the judge would say, there's probable cause for detention. They'd set a bond. That was all done in person. After the pandemic, it switched to video because they had basically, people kept getting arrested, but they had to keep setting bonds. And so then the judges were sitting in courtroom 22, I think, at the Douglas County Courthouse, and the folks who were being arraigned, we call it, were in courtroom 50, and it was on a screen, and they had the judge in the courtroom, and you had lawyers sometimes in their offices at the early stages of the pandemic. You had a county attorney in the office and public defender in their office, and everybody was on a screen. And so set those bonds. And what has happened now, the pandemic has passed, as far as I know, in Douglas County, last time I was there, which was during the interim, Douglas County bond setting was still done on Zoom. So as the judge was in a courtroom 22, and courtroom 50 was all video. And that does allow for interpreters to zoom in, which is kind of like what this is, virtual interpreters. And that's been great because in the old days, you'd have to have the Spanish interpreter sitting there, and you'd call up all the Spanish folks and go through those first. And then if you had some other interpreter, you'd have to bring in a special interpreter. Now they can do that on Zoom. They just zoom in that interpreter, say we're going to do that case, they do it, and that interpreter hops off. So maybe that's saving us some money in those interpreter costs, as Senator Duncan has brought a bill to increase their pay. So those are efficiencies that we're getting by doing Zoom, right? Doing virtual hearings. And there probably is some evidence that those folks, I would imagine you could say they're getting their bonds set higher. That's one stage where, that impersonality of it. But then you have other like pretrials and things like that go along the way, and you can do those over video conference, probably not have a lot of loss. But then you have evidentiary hearings. So motion to suppress or something like that. And those are ones you probably want to have in person. And that's kind of the statute currently requires. You have a evidentiary hearing has to be in person unless waived by the defendant. And so there's been some, attempts to encourage defendants to waive that. So in the interest of efficiency for the courts and things like that. But you want to have an in-person hearing because when you're trying to determine the
you.